Good morning, everyone. I hope you can all hear me. Welcome to day one of our workshop at DSA. This morning, we are privileged to have 2 keynotes and 3 contributed talks for the first part of the morning session. So we're going to start with our first keynote that's going to be given by Dina. I think the DSA community all knows about Dina. So Dina has sent in a pre-recorded presentation, and she's going to talk about towards automated poultry diseases, diagnostics, together with her colleagues, Hope and Ezine. So I'll play her presentation. She's available. If you have any questions as the talk goes on, please put them in the chat such that Dina can be able to respond to them. So I hope everyone can see my screen. I will start to play her presentation now.
Hello, everyone. I'm highly honored to present our ongoing work at this DSA 2020. Our work is ongoing and is titled Towards Automated Poultry Diseases Diagnostics. It's joint work with Hope and Ezine. The active collaborators are Hope, who is a master's candidate at the Nelson Mandela Institute of Science and Technology, and our other collaborator is Ezine Nanko, who is a PhD candidate in statistics at Duke. And this work is funded by the Organization for Women in Science for Development for the developing world. So as our composition of our team, really like to acknowledge the host for funding this ongoing project until end of next year. And really want to encourage aspiring female data scientists to join this organization. There are a lot of opportunities for funding, PhD scholarships and postdoc, and the other one, such as this one on early career fellowship. Our work is currently based in Tanzania, and the profile of the country in terms mainly reflecting the poultry sector is that we have low productivity in the poultry, mainly caused by diseases. And we lack data in the poultry sector. And also the poultry sector is significant. We have a very high population of poultry, up to 36 million, according to the census in 2015. And this population, the poultry sector supports up to 4.6 million households, which is equivalent to 27 million people in the country. And in a nutshell, majority of the modern poultry farmers in East Africa and which applies to Tanzania, they normally conduct the poultry work in peri-urban areas. That's mainly because of the proximity to the market. And the poultry, they own up from between 200 to 3,000 chickens. And currently, they mainly use paper-based means, and those who use computers mainly use normal spreadsheet, Excel, to keep the record for their enterprises. And to address the needs on information for the poultry sector, majority use social media platforms, normally WhatsApp groups, and Facebook. Like here we have like 200 people on a WhatsApp group that deals with chicken farming, exchanging different information on market, diseases, and different information, and not only poultry, but also for other kind of livestock such as cows, pigs, goats. So there are all these well-organized groups in social media platforms to address the needs of these farmers in the poultry sector. And for rural poultry farmers, they own a smaller population of the chickens, normally 3 to 20, and they hardly keep records for their poultry undertakings. Normally, they rely on word of mouth from neighboring farmers, especially on market information, also on issues concerning poultry health in case they get diseases. And the poultry sector is significant economically. From its economic significance, we really look on to the production and performance factors and some issues on diseases for poultry, as zoonotic, they also affect humans. For instance, the poultry disease of salmonella, this one is zoonotic. And other diseases which are severe, Newcastle disease and coccidiosis, they are significant in African countries, not only Tanzania. And this is normally attributed to the vaccination coverage being limited, and also farmers have inadequate biosecurity measures at their farms. Our work is highly motivated by the microscopy-based point-of-care diagnostics conducted in Uganda for malaria. And the work used AI to address the malaria diagnostics challenge. And we really well motivated. It's been a really good motivation for our work, but our domain of application is the animals, the poultry sector. And the objective of our work is mainly to provide access to farmers in Tanzania. And hopefully we really aim for this solution to be reproducible in other countries besides currently Tanzania. So we aim to develop a mechanism to provide access to disease control for these farmers, diagnostics, and also proper data management to track their poultry health. And the three diseases that we focus on are Salmonella, Newcastle, and coccidiosis, which currently are mainly diagnosed by lab procedures using fecal samples, and that is only for farmers who can have access to this service, which is a very limited number. And normally, currently the diagnosis is also based on clinical signs. There are different clinical signs for each of those three diseases. And also, but again, the main challenge for these farmers, the access to these services is limited and quite expensive. And also, the extension officers who visit these farmers to advise, they lack tools for rapid diagnostics. So they lack tools, and they're few in number as well to support. So our proposed diagnostics tool for poultry disease diagnostics aims for early detection of the three diseases from fecal samples, and it will be enabled by AI. And we hope that it will save time for testing the diseases to about few hours. The conventional methods for testing the diseases in the lab involves producing culture, which takes over a week to get diseases, to get the results, okay? And we hope this work will contribute towards generating a data set that would be shared on open access for other researchers to conduct work to improve the poultry sector. And also we aim to train the collected data that we have and eventually deploy this model on mobile phones for farmers to gain access to test for these diseases at their farm. And not only farmers, but also extension officers. Now, our work is ongoing, and we are on the first objective of generating the data set, which involves collecting the data of fecal samples together with the images for 4 classes. And then we aim to produce high quality labeled data set where we will do lab tests to confirm the labels using PCR diagnostics, which is a biological polymerase. It's a polymerase test reaction, which aims to label, and it involves extracting DNA from the sample and conducting the polymerase chain reaction diagnostics to confirm the labels of these collected samples. And we are collecting these fecal samples for the PCR diagnostics and the images for these collected samples for training. And we use natural infections. We have used natural infections for coccidiosis, Newcastle, and Salmonella. But due to the pandemic, our data collection exercise by visiting poultry farmers has been limited. So we had to shift our plan to inoculation of healthy birds for the 2 diseases, for Newcastle and Salmonella. We were able to cover the natural infections for coccidiosis and only healthy samples. And very few Newcastle and Salmonella were collected from the natural infections. Most majority are collected using inoculation. So currently, this is where we stand at with the data collection, that we have collected a total of 508 healthy samples and images. And these samples and images are the ones that will undergo the polymerase chain reaction test in the lab to produce a high quality labels data set. And at the same time, we're equally collecting images only without samples that we hope to pre-train on these high quality labeled data set. According to our funding we have so far, we are able to conduct PCR for 500 images for each class. The work is ongoing. We help to do inoculation for Newcastle end of August, and complete the rest of the data collection on the field for the images only. So the data collection tools, I just want to take you through the data collection process to really appreciate the work done for having labeled data sets out there. So we use ODK tool for data collection, where we barcode the samples that we collected and store the sample on zip bags. And the way we keep track of these particular samples is using the barcode, which is on the ODK, and we save the images as well on the cloud after we have collected. So after we do the lab tests, we'll be able to confirm using the barcode the exact label for the collected data set. And normally after we collect this data, the samples, they're normally kept under on freezers in the lab at a temperature of about negative, up to a temperature as low as negative 40 degrees centigrade. This is the field work here with HOP. where we were collecting samples. I was taking photos of the images, and we collect a particular sample and they laminated on the zip bags. And here, this is work done for the day. This, I think, was the Moshi site, where we keep the fecal samples on a cool box and that's on transit to the lab refrigerators, freezers. And these are some of the remaining barcodes here on the bag. And for the inner collection work, this was really sad. After we had done all the data collection for Salmonella using using the inoculant, we had to destroy the chickens, and that's as per the ethical regulations, in order to prevent the disease, highly contagious disease, to go to other farms. So after they were retired, they had to be dipped in water. This is treated water to make sure all the bacteria are killed. And then they were buried and then they were buried. And this box, sadly, full of eggs. These all eggs are infected with salmonella, so are not suitable for human consumption, because salmonella is zoonotic. So even all of these eggs were destroyed, and it was really hard work for the vet to make sure to keep these eggs out of reach. It was very tempting for the laborers in the farm to take them home or for selling. So it was really joint work with the vet to make sure all the chickens are disposed in the right manner ethically. And some of the challenges we faced during the data collection, and we are working towards addressing them as we develop our model and eventually introduce it to farmers, is building trust with farmers. When we were visiting the various farms in Kilimanjaro and Arusha region, we had to really plan it properly. We had to identify the sites, and it's joint work. We work with the extension officers and veterinarian vets, and we really worked with them to you have to make appointment a day or two before you visit the farm. It wasn't like just a walk-in exercise. And also, it does take time when you reach at this farm. The farmer to almost an hour to explain about the task again, although you had made appointment earlier. And normally the farmers accompany you to the poultry house when you're collecting the samples, and to maintain their privacy, they refuse their photos to be taken. So it's really in like 4 hours, and in a schedule of 8 hours a day work, you can collect up to 70 samples only. And it was quite a challenge to distribute the team, to have multiple teams at visiting different farms, because we always had to be accompanied by an extension officer or a vet who had to explain to the farmers and ensure them of proper handling of the poultry during the time we're taking the samples. So we have started the training of the data set that we have, although it's working parallel. We are still waiting for the PCR work to be completed, hopefully early September. So we started training using we say the images, and the images were labeled using the vet's experience, the vet label data. So our baseline model on a simple classification using KERAS showed that this result on training, we had an accuracy up to 93.7%. And this, we used the samples, the data set I indicated earlier, but this was conducted for only 2 diseases, for coccidiosis. So it's a coccidiosis and the healthy. So for training, we got an accuracy of up to 93 0.7%. And for the validation, it went all the way up to about 85%. So we are working hard to fine tuning and also try to improve the model used to use better architectures. Yeah, and that's really the work that has started and is ongoing. And so on our efforts to build trust with farmers as we continue, stated earlier, we were accompanied by vets to the site, so we couldn't just walk in as data scientists that we are trying to make a cool app. It wasn't easy to get a buy-in from the farmers. And on these farms that had infections like coccidiosis or Newcastle, it was quite depressing for farmers to have their flock dying and you visiting there. So farmers were really frustrated. So with a company with a vet, they used to provide consultation on suitable approaches to take for on the infected farms. But for Salmonella, it's very depressing, and so we had also to set aside funds as an incentive to these farmers to buy vaccine or treatment to the infected poultry, and also the vet and extension officers. And for us, with time, we've also been gaining experience on what measures farmers should take and on the clinical science. And also the vet always left their contact with these farmers in case of anything, or if the disease got severe, for them to call. So eventually, once we have the tool, we really aim to go back to these farmers to definitely be like a focus group discussion, to introduce the tool to them. And we really hope once this app is up and running, farmers will experience reduced outbreaks of diseases because they will be able to go to their farm every morning and scan using the tool for diseases, for the three mentioned diseases. And also to the data scientists will contribute to them having a data set of poultry diseases, which will be available to the research community at large. And hopefully that's our biggest vision. And if we can't do it, we hope even the researchers will have access to this initial data set, will be able to develop a poultry diseases surveillance system. And really thank you for this opportunity to present our ongoing work. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Dina, for that enlightening talk. It's really been interesting to hear both the research, but also your experiences as you go about dealing with the poultry farmers. I think there's a lot we can learn from there, and also share our experiences from our smallholder farmers to help in that area. So I'll start off with a simple question. So you said that you go and collect the images from the farmers. So do you envision that as this project grows, and I'm giving experience again from the work we're doing with our smallholder farmers, that eventually that the farmers themselves might have the application installed on their phones and they're sending you the images from their poultry farms, because then this can really help to increase and build up your data set. What do you think about that?
Yeah, thank you very much, Joyce. And that's really the plan. We'll have to crowdsource the data from the farmers directly so that we are even able to update the models periodically. Yeah, so we definitely are envisioning to do that, to have the data set the data being sent automatically by these farmers once the app is in their hands. Yes.
Okay, and do you envision that there might be an issue with what would be the incentive for them to send you the images? Because we're already struggling with, our farmers, encouraging them to send images, and they probably don't understand the need for sending the images. So do you think there'll be like an incentive problem or an incentive question there that you might have to investigate further so that you can keep them, encouraged, if I might use that word, to send
You're,
images to you.
you're very right. Actually, that's an open problem as well. What will be the mechanism design to incentivize farmers to use the platform and be sending the data regularly? It's really an open problem we have at hand as well. So far, we really rely on the extension officers because majority of them have smartphones and they're always on the field visiting these farmers. So our early win will be through the extension officers being sending these um, been sending these images to us and eventually the farmers. And the farmers we really target initially are the ones in peri-urban areas. Majority are educated, they don't want losses at their farms. So we really envision that they will be incentivized to send these images. But it's really an open problem at hand. How do you incentivize farmers to use the platform? Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you. We'll take other questions. So there's a question here saying, are there any large poultry farms in Tanzania where trust is easier to build? Paying farmers to help you develop such tools for them is not so great. So that's one of that's one of the questions that you could respond to. Mm.
Yes, okay, thanks. We have, there are large poultry farms. These ones, the large ones are normally owned by companies and they are very, very good at biosecurity. However, it's the small farmers or the middle income, the working class are the ones that we don't expect to pay them to use the tools. The tool will be provided for free. Will definitely work towards other incentives, connecting them to vets directly for at a very low cost or free initially, and that's what we really see as the incentives initially. But we don't aim to pay the farmers to be able to send the data because it will definitely lead to them even sending fake data. They will even visit other farms to be able to send these images in order to gain to gain financially. Yeah.
Okay, we have a question from Siraj. He's asking, are the diseases curable with early diagnosis?
They are, especially isolating the flock that shows the early clinical signs, and there are also antibiotics. There are antibiotics for curing coccidiosis and Newcastle. There are biosecurity measures that can be undertaken. Salmonella, sadly, is not curable at the moment. But the earlier you diagnose, you are able to at least isolate the flocks that are infected already. Yeah, so you might be able to rescue some of the flock.
Okay, thanks. There are several questions. We might not address all of them, but okay, we'll keep going until the top of the hour. Engineer, you've put up your hand. Please ask your question.
Thank you, Joyce. Good morning, Dina. Thank you so much for this, interesting and practical, application of data science that you're doing in Tanzania.
Thank you.
So my question is on the possibility to further automate the data collection, because I see obviously there's a need for the farmers and yourselves to go and take pictures of the samples. Are there opportunities to automate the data collection to have less involvement of people? Possibly this could also maybe lead into what Sheila was asking, to enable early diagnosis and detection.
Yeah, thank you, engineer. We really envision that the efforts that we really aim to do that is really by having as many extension officers educated on using the app as possible,
and also the farmers with smartphones, and be able to send these images to the server on regular basis. So it's really, as I said earlier, it's really an open issue that we really are taking on board to address as we move on, because automating will definitely save costs and also ensure a wider reach of using this application. Yeah. And thanks for that question. We'll definitely have taken it on board. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. There's a question on the Q&A. Andrew is asking, saying thanks for sharing. He needs some clarification on the samples, blood, stool, feathers, and then the fecal term. I think fecal is stool sample. So what's the difference between blood, stool, feathers? Do you take samples from all the three? Yeah.
No. Yeah, thanks. Currently, we only take the stool samples, only the stool samples. And working closely with the extension officers and the vets on the app that we'll share with farmers will definitely include the clinical signs that, okay, you have you have coccidiosis, but what are the other accompanying? So we hope that we aim that the app will have also some of the secondary features also explained about the particular disease, yes. And also we'll incorporate even the contacts of the nearby vet for them to contact in case of they see such issues. Yeah. So currently we are collecting only stool samples, and through the sample that will be highly will be highly quality labeled using the lab tests, will definitely confirm what type of disease it is. Yeah, we don't take the feathers and the blood samples. No, currently we don't use that. Yeah.
Okay, just two more questions. So someone is asking, how will you pay? How will they, I think the farmers, pay for using the platform once developed? How will it be kept sustainable?
Yeah, that's a good question, and it definitely echoes what Joyce asked earlier. Yeah, so currently we have a grant that will subsidize the cost for hosting the platform once developed, and to have it sustainable, that's where we really seek a buy-in from other stakeholders. Actually, we have a task to really connect with the industry, and there are many communities and corporations that for poultry farmers at national level. So we really are going to work, once it's ready, we are going to work hard to get a buy-in from the different stakeholders in the poultry sector. Yeah. So we really see it, it will definitely be sustainable then, once we have this buy-in and crowdsourcing for sending the data in. Yeah. But it's really ongoing, and we hope it will evolve to have even different methodologies to keep it sustainable. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And we have a final question from Hallelujah. He's asking, in collecting your data, do you put into consideration seasons? He said winter, summer, but I know in East Africa it's rainy or no rain. Probably this could have some favorable, some contributing factor, maybe to the disease outbreak. I think, I hope I got that correctly. Yeah, so do you put into consideration weather?
Yeah. Yes, definitely we do. And normally the rainy seasons are the ones that have higher outbreaks of diseases, especially for coccidiosis and salmonella. And the dry season, like in August, July, August, when it's dry and dusty, that's when the outbreaks of Newcastle are prevalent. since it's an airborne disease. Yeah. So we normally, even the way the trend that we've had on collecting the data, you see, especially we are able to monitor that through the natural infections where you visit the farmers. There's a time when you really have a high outbreak of coccidiosis, and that's normally during the rainy seasons. Yeah. So we definitely take into account that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dina, for the presentation and for answering all our questions. So we get into the second.
And thanks for the input. Yeah.
So we get into the second part where we have our contributed papers. So if you're a presenter, please rename yourself so that it's easy for me to identify you. Just put both your names because I will not be able to tell who you are. So this morning we have the first contributed paper about automatic screening tool for pap smears from Jaafaru Jibrin. I hope you're here because the names are different. So if you're here, can you please unmute yourself and speak? Is Jaafaru here? Or raise your hand. Oops. Okay, then we'll have a second talk. So let me just read out all the three and then we'll try to see. The second talk is about a deep learning approach for quantifying the effects of Tuta, absoluta in tomato plants by Loyani, Kisula. So Loyani, are you here?
Hello, Joyce.
Oh, thanks. That's great. Okay, so so perhaps then we could start with you because I don't seem to find Jaafaru here. The third person, so you could start to share your screen as I read out the third person. So the third person is a platform for disease intervention monitoring by Charles Wachira. That's from IBM, I believe. Is Charles here or anyone else from IBM?
Sekou is here, he's the presenter.
Perfect, thank you, that's great. Okay, so we'll have our first talk given by Loyani.
Do you see my screen?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Well, my name is Loyani. I am a master's student at Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. In the next few minutes, I'll be presenting our research, which is titled a deep learning approach for quantifying the effects of Tuta absoluta in tomato plants. I'll take you through the introduction up to the methodology part. Well, according to the UN's report of 2017, the world's population is growing very fast, and it is expected to reach 9.8 billion in 2050. To meet the future demand for high quantity and quality food, the agricultural industry must be much efficient. Agriculture is an important economic sector in Tanzania, contributing about 29.1% of gross domestic product, and it employs about 67% of the population. Farmers in Tanzania, they grow a variety of crops for economic and food purposes. And tomato plants is the most produced crop compared to other fruits and vegetables. For example, in Tanzania in 2016, more than 247,000 tons of tomatoes were harvested from an area of more than 54,000 hectares. As you can see, this is about 64% of the all crops, all fruits and vegetables, which were harvested in this year in Tanzania. Smallholder farmers and rural families, they rely on tomatoes to earn income to cater for their living expenses. However, tomato productivity is threatened by the invasion of Tuta absoluta. Tuta absoluta is the scientific name for a tomato leaf miner, which is famously known as Kantangazi in Tanzania. The pest causes heavy loss in tomato production up to 100%. It has 4 development stages in its life cycle, which are egg, larva, pupa, and the adult. The pest has 12 generations per year, and its female can produce up to 300 eggs in its lifetime. As you can see, this is a very high production rate. Well, the pest originates from South America, then it spread to other parts of the world. In Africa, the first case was reported in 2008 in Nigeria, and it has now spread to 41 among 54 African countries. The first occurrence in Tanzania was reported in August 2014 in the Arusha region in Tanzania, and it has now spread to more than 14 regions in the country. In efforts to control and manage this pest, farmers have been using various methods to control, such as monitoring population by using trap, but also cultivating resistant tomato varieties. And the most commonly used method is the use of chemical pesticide, and all these methods have been proven not to be effective to control the pest, because the excess use of this chemical make the pest to be resistant, but it also affects non-targeted organisms and obviously the environment. So in this research now, we aim to develop a deep learning model to be able to detect and quantify early these effects of Tuta absoluta, so that farmers can be able to make decisions before it causes this kind of loss to farmers. In literature review, we assessed how computer vision have been used in plant disease and pest diagnosis, and these are few selected literature. For example, Stradojevic and others, they developed a deep learning model for classifying and identifying different plant diseases, and they achieved an accuracy of more than 96%. But also Amara and others, they used ReNet, which is a convolutional neural network architecture, to identify black sigatoka and banana sparkle, which are fungal diseases in banana, and they achieved a good accuracy of more than 92%. In short, as you can see, deep learning has presented promising and impressive results in identifying and classifying a diverse range of plant diseases and pests, and this is our motivation now to use this approach. But there's still a need to determine the extent of damage in these plants. Also in literature review, we assessed the use of deep learning on quantification of diseases, and we found a few literatures. For example, Wang and others, they developed a model for automatic estimation of blood. They achieved an accuracy of more than 90% in tested data. Liang and others, they also developed a multitasking system. This is a multitasking system because it was able to identify, also to estimate disease severity. And they achieved an accuracy of 91% for disease severity estimation. Also from Brazil, Esgario and others, they developed a multitask system based on convolutional neural network architectures such as RxNet, VGNet, and others for classifying and estimating the severity of coffee leaf biotic stresses. And they achieved an accuracy of more than 86% for severity estimation. As you can see, for the base of our knowledge, we saw very few literature addressing addressing the severity estimation on plant disease and pest. And also most of these literatures, they used on the datasets from online repository, which sometimes may not reflect really life situation. In the problem statement, as I said before, this invasion of tomato leaf miner is a major threat in tomato production, causing this kind of loss up to 100% in tomato farm, to an extent that farmers are now giving up production due to the cost and losses caused by the effects of Tuta absoluta in tomato production. As I mentioned before, the use of chemicals as a measure to control this pest develop pest resistant, but it also cause irreparable damage to the environment. Extension officers who are key facilitators to provide knowledge about plant diseases to farmers, they are very limited in Tanzania, and there's no effective way now for early quantification of Tuta absoluta damage, so that farmers can be able to make decisions early on how to control the pest early. This is an illustration of how this pest is a really threat in tomato production. As I mentioned before, there are 4 development stages of this pest, but larva is the most dangerous one. It affects the plant leaves, and it can also be found in stem and sometimes on the fruit. As you can see, this photo is taken in our field, and these tomato Tuta mines in the tomato leaf, and it can cause severe damage, such as this photo is taken in our field. But also Tuta can be found sometimes can be found in the stem and also in the fruit. As you can see, this photo is taken in the market around Arusha, and this fruit is unfit for human consumption. Here we took this photo when Tuta didn't show its effects, and only 3 weeks later you can see there are some damages by Tuta absoluta. Then this photo is taken 1 week later after this one. As you can see, this is a severe damage in this field in a very short time. So there is a need now for early detection and quantification of this pest before it causes this kind of damage. That's the main objective now of our research, to develop a deep learning model for determining the extent of Tuta absoluta's damage on tomato plants early, so that farmers and extension officers can be able to make informed decisions on how to control the pest early. And if we do this, these are happy farmers. Our research framework, where we obtained datasets from our field, then we develop a segmentation model which can be able to identify the exact spot affected by Tuta absoluta and also do the leaf counting. Then from this one, we can be able now quantify the extent of damage in percentage. We intend to deploy this model on mobile phones so that farmers can be able to use it. Well, the study area, we did this data collection in Tanzania in these 2 regions. I mentioned earlier that this pest, the first case of Tuta absoluta was reported in Arusha. That's why we chose to do data collection in this area. But also Morogoro is another region in Tanzania which has the largest production of tomatoes in the country. So to obtain the dataset, we constructed 2 screen houses, one in Arusha and another in Morogoro. These are experimental net houses where we planted tomato seedlings. As you can see, this was the transplanting process. And some of these plants, just 2 days later, were inoculated with Tuta absoluta under the guidance of an agricultural expert. So we inoculated this Tuta absoluta so that we can be able to get a data set with both healthy and non-healthy tomato leaves. So we did 2 experiments and we obtained more than 6,000 tomato images using this kind of camera. This is for high resolution camera, and this camera is for low resolution camera. We had an assumption that smallholder farmers, they're using cheap smartphones which have low resolution, so we considered that. So from October to December last year, we did one experiment in Arusha, which is in northern part of Tanzania, and it was a wet season, dry and wet season, and we obtained more than 4,000 images. But also from January to April this year, we conducted another experiment in Morogoro region, and we obtained more than 2,900 images. And we considered different farming system according to the agricultural experts' advice. And this was the data collection process. We were taking these photos every day, and these are some selected images from our data set. As you can see, for example, this image here, this photo was taken in this date, but it was not, the plant was not affected much by Tuta absoluta. But only a few days later, it was almost completely destroyed by Tuta absoluta. So there is a need now to detect the plant, the pest early before it causes this kind of damages. And these are more photos from our data set showing the damage status. This is the healthy plant. This is not much affected by Tuta, but this is now affected by Tuta. As you can see, these leaves, they have many Tuta mines. Okay, so as part of the process now to develop the model, as I said before, we want to do segmentation, to develop the segmentation model so that later we can quantify. So part of the process is image pre-processing to prepare our data. We did label our data. And also, this is annotation process for segmentation model. We used VGG image annotator, and as you can see this photo, we were able to identify the exact spot which are affected by Tuta. So this datasets now will be fed in the model, segmentation model, will be used to train the model, the segmentation model. So it can be able to identify the exact spots which are affected by Tuta absoluta. Well, this is part of the team, myself and Dennis from Tech University of Agriculture. And we have Dr. Dina Machuwe, who is a research supervisor. I would like to thank Data Science Africa for this opportunity to present our work here. Thank you.
Thank you, Loyani, for your great presentation. Do we have any questions? So the chat is empty and the Q&A is empty. So yeah, please ask questions right now. Anyone with any questions? Yes, engineer, you've raised your hand. Please ask a question.
Yeah, thank you so much for this interesting question. So my question is again related to what I asked earlier to Dina. I think for the farmers, obviously they could benefit from early diagnosis.
Yes.
And I imagine that some of this to be possible, it means that we have to be able to at least have tools that can automatically identify the disease agents.
Yes.
Are there proxy signs on the disease agents or hosts that we can actually identify early on before they actually get onto the target plants, like in this case, tomato, which is obviously a widely consumed, fruit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Engineer. It's very true that there is a need for early detection of this plant. As I showed you some pictures here, this was just a few days after these plants were planted. The Tuta absoluta affected this plant even on its early stage of growth. So it's very important to detect early. So, farmers, they normally found the leaves have tutamines. So they sometimes mix with other diseases. So they only use observation to see these mines and guess maybe it's Tuta absoluta or other disease. But when it reaches to this kind of to the severe damage, now they actually Tuta absoluta. That's why we are developing this tool now for them to use it to detect these signs early by using their mobile phones, and from there now actions can be taken to control the pest during early stages of this tomato growth. And if it's controlled early now, farmers can be able to produce and harvest these tomatoes. But if we are not able to detect this pest early, it always reaches to this stage. 80% to 100% of the farm may be affected by Tuta absoluta. So that's why we're developing this tool now to enable farmers to use their mobile phones to detect the pest early and take actions. Yes.
Just to clarify again, so for instance, before the pest gets to the plant, is it present in the soil? Is it present in the neighboring areas? Are there any signs that we can actually trying to understand how the disease is actually transmitted and whether there are other external hosts or agents or vectors? Not quite familiar with the disease spread language, but are there any other external indicators other than the crop itself that we can actually diagnose to maybe tell? For instance, maybe at the stage of actually preparing the garden, you might find that there are already indicators in the soil that shows that this disease is going to show up. So that might be an early intervention than at the later stage. But not to say that obviously this is also very important because the disease dynamics might be quite complex.
Okay. Yeah, it's true. In its growth stage, this third development stage of the Tuta absoluta, this actually happens in the leaves, but this is only always found in the soil. So yes, during maybe cultivation, if we see this kind of pupa, it's an early indicator that that area may be affected with Tuta absoluta. But also the adult can also be found in nearby farms, and that's how they transmit. And sometimes this larva may be within a fruit, but outside the fruit, this fruit were looking very healthy until we saw inside it. So if we dump maybe this fruit somewhere, the larva may be able to develop further and affect other tomato plants. Yes, there are some signs to show Tuta absoluta nearby farms, but also in the soil. If we see this pupa, we can farmers can make intervention, but it's not easy sometimes, and that's why we want to. So how this Tuta is transferring from one farm to another, it's through this adult, but also since this adult, it's like a butterfly, it's I can move from one farm to another. But during tomato, maybe importation and transport, taking the tomato fruits which are affected from one area to another may also have containing this larva, which may develop further and affect other plants. So that's how the Tuta absoluta spread quickly, because and it can also tolerate different environmental conditions. That's why it spread very, very, very quickly, and its effects are very severe.
Okay, thank you. We have one final question. Andrew says, thanks for sharing. He loves to eat raw tomatoes. And he says that some diseases can have similar symptoms. Is there a strategy to handle such situations, if any?
Okay. Yes, some diseases may show almost similar signs, but you know, farmers used to identify these effects by using only observation. They are able sometimes to differentiate. But in our experiment, we had an agricultural expert that helped us to differentiate the signs. When I want to show one image here to see. Yes. So as you can see, these plants, it's affected by Tuta absoluta. But if you can see this leaf here, this is not Tuta absoluta, but they are almost similar. That's why sometimes farmers, they think maybe it's because it's a dry season. That's why maybe the plant has this kind of color, whatever. But after a few days, they found it's at this kind of stage. So we had an assistance from an agricultural expert to help us identify and differentiate the effects of Tuta absoluta and other pests, or maybe disease or other pests. But now through this model, training the model using this kind of features, and through this instance segmentation model, the model can be able to identify the exact spots which are affected by Tuta absoluta, so that farmers can be able to make decisions to control it before it causes further damage to the plants or the farm.
Thank you, Loyani, again for your great presentation. So we'll move to our second contributed talk of the day that will be given by Seku.
Thank you.
Perhaps you could stop sharing your screen, and then Seku can try to share his screen. Perfect.
Good morning. I hope you're able to see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen, Seku. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I have the pleasure of sharing some work that is ongoing here based in Kenya, and we have one of our Kenya-based team in South Africa, so we are claiming that we are now properly East and South Africa contributing. We look forward to the rest of the continent having fun with this project with us. The work that we're doing is developing a decision support platform that is intended for not machine learning or data science users. Ideally, those users will contribute, but our primary user is a decision maker who has to determine, how do I allocate, maybe at a national level, the kind of resources that would be required to well manage that particular disease. So just a brief mention, I'm a research scientist based in Kenya, but I am one of many throughout this network. Sometimes people may not know that IBM Research has locations all across the globe. So I just wanted to highlight different labs have different focus. For example, there are people in our Johannesburg location who are very interested in quantum computing and its applications to data science and machine learning. So just wanted to share this picture briefly. Here in Kenya, we have a focus on core AI science, as well as the impact of that work. So there are people who are doing very theoretical papers, and there are people who are doing very applied papers. And so today's work is actually on the latter, on the applied impact science. So when we talk about this, supporting decisions, one of the questions is, okay, are you just putting machine learning because it's popular? No, the goal is that we want to help support evidence-based decision-making. So for example, if you have a current intervention, let me change my pointer so that you can see this. If you have a current intervention that's over here, you ask the question, is there any evidence that there may be better interventions or intervention programs that I could perform? Maybe they are much better somewhere else, but you need evidence. The disease focus that we started with first is malaria. All of us are familiar with malaria, and the impact of malaria is significant even today. In this time of COVID, the work that has been done is actually even being threatened. So COVID is actually destabling some of the things that are being done to combat malaria. But as of 2019, here is what we knew. More than 200 million cases, and 90% of those were here in Africa. More than 400,000 deaths associated with malaria. And malaria also increases the likelihood of death from other types of diseases. We are trying as a global community to combat malaria, and a significant amount of resources is being spent. So right now, the estimate is over $4 billion US are being spent annually. And about 60% of that is being spent on malaria control. So again, these numbers are staggering, but here's where it gets really interesting, because we know that malaria can be treated and cured. We also know that malaria can be prevented. So the question is, how do you allocate the resources in your particular context so that you can understand that you are making the best decision for your location? So as some say with this disease, it all starts with the mosquito. So the reason I'm showing this figure is that there are many places at which the mosquito is vulnerable, and there are also many places at which different types of interventions make sense. So if, for example, you focus on what's happening with the mosquito when it's emerging. So you can treat the water, you can larvicide, you can reduce the amount of open water, biological controls. There are things that you can do there. You can also spray mosquitoes as they're in their mating swarms. You can put baits so that as the mosquitoes are in the environment, they are attracted to those baits and they die. You can also have what they call odor traps. So it draws the mosquito. Instead of going towards the human beings or the animals, it goes towards the traps, and you can kill them that way. You can treat in the animals in your farm, some large-scale farmers do this with a topical insecticide. Sounds funny to think of, but when mosquitoes have the ability to actually impact your livestock, then you can take measures to protect your livestock, your investment there. Same thing with human beings, both outdoors and indoors. But again, malaria, specifically when you're looking at there are many different levers that as a decision maker you have available to you. And there's enough understanding on the impact of each of these decisions at this point. So now that you know that there are a range of interventions, one of the questions, and this is still a significant challenge today, is how do you scale up these implementations? And I've highlighted some keywords: scale up, sustainable, cost-effective, and equitable. These are critically important. We also want to ensure that the decisions that are made are rational, transparent, and are using the best available evidence. And I highlight this terms of cost and cost effectiveness. While those are not the only things, there are significant limitations, because if you have a finite budget or you have less money than you would like, you have to make very hard decisions. So decision makers need support. So there may be a goal. So for example, I think currently in Uganda, for those who are there, you can tell me if this is so, you've seen the TV advertisements. Basically, there's currently a drive to distribute bed nets and a drive to engage Ugandans to sleep under their bed nets instead of just leaving it there as decoration, right? So targeting children in terms of children, I have a routine. It's my time to go to bed. I know that I must sleep under my bed net. Right? So there are different things that you can do, but even that communication campaign, that is something that costs money. So somebody has decided that if I invest in educating the population, that is an investment that will have a particular outcome. And that will take the country to the direction that they would like to get. But there are many different ways that those budgets can be allocated. What we're saying here is that we can target the investments that have been previously made in terms of modeling and understanding how given interventions will project. What will happen if you did a given intervention? So as I mentioned, we have models and there are many options for these. The malaria modeling community is very robust, and we can understand how the models are designed. And there are even conferences and conversations about whose model is better. Our view is that all models are wrong, but some are useful. And we trust the decision maker to say, what kind of evidence would you like to see that would help you make a decision? So we support, or we intend to support, as many models as possible. For this conversation, let's just focus on what happens when indoors. And there are two types of interventions that can benefit or can protect humans when they are indoors. So you can spray the walls of the home, meaning if the mosquito lights on the walls, then the insecticide will interact with the mosquito and then it will die. You can also distribute bed nets, as is happening now at least in Kampala. I've seen these videos. But those are also two things that you can do. If we focused only on one location, right? And we have calibrated information, we have a calibrated model for that location. What we can do is that we can project what might happen. If you distributed bed nets to 60% of your population at time T0, here is what is likely to happen based on the different model predictions over the next 5 years. So our models give us this type of insight today, and that is beautiful. Where this gets a little tricky is now what would happen if you had a choice. Do you deploy those bed nets now, or do you wait until COVID is finished? Or do you, if you vary just only the time at which you perform these interventions, there are many different options. So for example, each of these is now in 2 dimensions. If I deployed bed nets, if I deployed spring at now different times. So each of these boxes is now what happens if I do the same, if I do these actions at different times over the period. So you notice that there's variation. So there's a time-sensitive decision that these policymakers have to make. I do not envy their job. It is so difficult. So now they have to now take that into consideration, all the different levers that they can pull, and what happens in Amudat may not be the same as what happens in Kampala or Jinja or somewhere else. So these policymakers have to make a decision for an entire country, all of these levers. I hope you are with me that they have a significant challenge. So for the past 2 years, our team has been working on how we can support their challenge, support the decisions that they're trying to make using machine learning, right? So for those of you who were at Deep Learning in Daba, you may remember hearing about this. So if you remember, keep that in the back of your mind. We will come back to that. Right? But there's this concept of there is an environment that you can learn from, and that environment is populated by these mechanistic models from our domain, right? So as I mentioned, in the space of malaria, there are multiple options for models that can tell you something about what the outcome is for performing a particular action. One of the elements that we are interested in, and if you looked at the abstract for this talk, we are interested in a platform. So there are certain capabilities and functionalities that we have identified as important by talking to the users that we're engaged with. So people want trust. They want to be able to understand that the data that they're making a decision based on is data that they understand and data that they value. So there are many, so in the Ministry of Health, in most countries, there are many really robust monitoring and evaluation programs. So you want to make sure, is this model informed by the right data? Data that I know is well vetted, has as little error as possible. We all know that data collection is a significant work stream. We also like to be able to deploy models, but we don't want to have, so for example, if you are a decision maker, or even you're a data scientist, you don't want to spend 6 months trying to deploy a model just so that you can do the work that you would like to do from your job function. And we would like to be able to, so deploying models and deploying the infrastructure that allows you to engage with those models. For what we are talking about here, we have wrapped all of those things into an environment that an agent can learn from. And then finally, our ML data science community, we are interested in writing our algorithms, and whether it's deep reinforcement learning or whatever optimization, this is normally the box that many of us are happy with. And we would like to play here. But in terms of the work that I'm describing, what we have presented is it's a complete platform that allows policymakers, modelers, and ML data science people to come together to help support that policymaking decision of what do I do? In terms of what we've been able to do in 2019, as I mentioned, at Deep Learning in Daba, that was one of the venues where we were able to host challenges with the ML community. We have been working with modelers and data curators, and we have been working with key funders in the area to understand, like, what are the objectives? How do you make decisions? And how can we support the decisions that are being made by these policymakers? And we have, like I said, we have been doing this since 2018, and we are making a little bit of headway. We have a very long way to go. But one of the things that we're excited about in this space is that there are so many within this whole ecosystem that believe that there is value in supporting decisions with machine learning. So one of the products that we're working towards is this kind of graphical user interface for a public health professional to engage with. This is not the goal. This is not the end product. This is a point along the way. But in terms of this particular presentation, and there's a paper associated with this, I can share a link if anybody is interested once it goes live. We're talking about building a platform that has all of these components. So there are elements of being able to run models, run algorithms. There's elements of being able to manage the workflow and to coordinate validation of things that are run. To make that possible, there are a host of activities that our team has been working in. While we might just love to sit in the space and write algorithms and see how good our algorithms are performing, all of these tasks are critical. So from managing, onboarding, managing data, actually doing some preliminary analytics there, managing and onboarding models and deploying those at scale, our old friend algorithms, which we know and love, but also this notion of engaging with a user interface that actually can support the workflow of our users. And then finally, transparency and trust, and working with our sponsor users is critical for our workflow. Okay, last slide here. So this is our team, and we are happy that we have been able to have some really positive engagements with the Uganda and MCP leadership. They have invited us even to some of the malaria task force working groups. And we've learned a lot. We have partnered in the modeling space with IHME, the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation, the Institute for Disease Modeling. In some cases, these partnerships involve like joining their Slack channels and actually having weekly engagements. In other cases, we've been able to like periodically send emails and get responses. So there are varying levels of interaction that we've had with the modeling community, but we appreciate it all. We've been to Kampala twice. Thank you to IDRC for hosting us. And thank you to the malaria team and the Africa team of the Gates Foundation, because they've been putting up with our questions about, okay, how can we help? Right, so this is the space that we're in, and if there are any questions, I'd love to take them at this time.
Thank you, Sekou, for your presentation on a very pertinent problem around malaria. So I'll just start off with a very simple question. So you said you have a platform where we have the data scientists, the modelers on one hand, and government and policymakers on the other hand. So my simple question is, what are those things or parameters that the policymakers are very interested in that your platform provides, and how have you been able to link together the data scientists on one hand and the policymakers on the other hand?
Thank you, that's an exceptional question. We're early in this journey. What we've been able to demonstrate as proofs of concept so far are the applications of reinforcement learning with calibrated models to find sets of intervention programs. So let's say an intervention program can say, what do you do over the next 5 years in terms of allocating resources? We are generating sets of intervention programs based on what the algorithms are learning and presenting those as options for consideration. We don't envision a case where machine learning is going to tell a policymaker what to do. That is not at all where we are focused. What we would like is to allow the policymaker ultimately to be able to see what options are out there, perform what we would call a what-if evaluation, and then based on that what if, instead of looking at hundreds or thousands of options, maybe they're now comparing 10 or 20 options that are, out of those thousands of options, significantly better. One of the other elements, and we talk about this, and I kind of alluded to it, but what we've designed is not intentionally malaria specific. What we're saying here is, if there are models that are trusted by a decision maker, and those models can support a question. And in this case, our question was, what should I do over the next 5 years in terms of selecting from these options of malaria intervention controls? But the same concept could be applied to COVID-19 because we know that there's a lot of modeling happening there. I now have to go look and see if there are models that can say what interventions and what outcomes are associated with controls for Tuta absoluta. I now am extremely curious because of the impact and has been identified and presented so clearly. This is an important disease to manage for Africa. But again, from our perspective, we're saying that a decision maker starts with a question. We then would ask them, what are the sources of information, whether it's models or data, that can help them answer that question? We also would then directly engage with the modeling community and saying, okay, how do we amplify the use of your model with AI? In this case, we highlighted reinforcement learning, so that we can support your engagement with that decision maker. So I hope that helped answer the question.
Yes, that helped. Thank you. Billy, you raised your hand. Please go ahead and ask a question.
Thank you very much. This is an exciting work. So my question is on, so you mentioned using models. So, I mean, you presented this in a framework of reinforcement learning style optimization. And the question I have is the framework or the toolkit that you guys are building already taking into account that there'll be model inaccuracies or need for some sort of simulation environment to be able to validate the predictions or the interventions that you're going to recommend?
That's a really awesome question, and I'd love to talk to you a little bit more about it. But the initial answer to that question is, we treat the model as a black box engine through which we are predicting or simulating what would happen in the environment. So some of the models, most of the models that we have onboarded so far, actually do include a level of uncertainty. So it's either, if you did the same intervention program 10 times, you may get slightly different results, again, manifesting the uncertainty that the model is aware of. There are other models that instead of giving you an output at a given time, it will give you an output and an uncertainty bound for each of the times that it's giving you a prediction. So the different ways that uncertainty is represented. Now, that's the models. The algorithms themselves, many of the algorithms that we're talking about, specifically all of reinforcement learning, is prepared to deal with learning in the presence of uncertainty. So it may mean that it takes a little bit longer to converge on whatever whether it's a Q table or if you're doing a deep reinforcement learning approach, your parameters in your neural networks may take a little bit longer to converge. However, RL is no stranger to learning with uncertainty. And the final piece I'll add is, we're also, since we're focused on treating the model as a black box, it's possible to actually learn from multiple models. So you can think of not just an ensemble of models, but even so the term ensemble is used in different communities in different ways. But the point is that it's possible to, whatever you're talking about learning, your algorithm is learning, your algorithm can be applied to different models calibrated for the same location. So these are ways that we're trying to help understand robustness associated to whatever our algorithm output is, and conditioning it on the models that are available.
Cool, thank you very much. It's exciting.
Ernest, please go ahead with your question.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the great work indeed. So I have maybe two questions. One is more on the policy side and the way you approach it. Maybe not the policy, the way you work with your collaborators. So in our experience trying to work with these people, so asking questions like, what data would you use? Which model can you use that can better your decisions, or what are you trying to find out that we can help with? We've always found that the people we are asking, so in this case, I guess for you to be the malaria programs, that they don't have very strong ideas on how, for example, a platform like this could help. And normally the question they ask is, you tell us what your platform can do.
Yeah.
So I don't know what your experience with that on one side. The other question is more on the things surrounding the model, I guess. So the things that you talked of, deployment and these kind of things, data collection, but these are things normally outside your scope, outside your platform, in a sense. So I don't know how you handle it. If you have a malaria program already going, people are distributing nets, they've got a bunch of people from the districts, they are driving their cars in these places. How do you actually control something like that?
I hear you. So one of the things, and I can say that Uganda, so globally, 90% of malaria cases are in sub-Saharan Africa. Uganda accounts for 5% of the global malaria burden. And I can say in Uganda, the leadership in the National Malaria Control Program is completely locked in. And again, the community is really small. What we have seen is that the head of the NMCP really values data and being able to make decision-based decisions. So evidence-based decisions, sorry. So we have, and we were introduced by them, like I said, by the people in the malaria program team at the Gates Foundation. And I understand why. There is an ecosystem within the Ministry of Health in Uganda that says, if we're going to make decisions, these decisions are being made based on evidence, and we are going to take the Malaria Information Survey seriously. We're going to take DHIS seriously. And we know that there are problems with all sources of data, but we are going to do things intentionally to improve the quality of those things. There's an ecosystem. I even have to flag Makerere, because Makerere is very well represented on the task force. So the meetings that we got a chance to sit in on, from the head of biological sciences to many of the experts who are part of the task force, were trained at the university. So there are people it's not so in all countries, but there are some countries that are tuned in to what data is. And by having conversations within, whether it's in global health, people are beginning to realize how something like machine learning can work. But there still is a gap. And we are working to help bridge those gaps. But we recognize that we're not expecting a malaria person to go publish a paper at a reinforcement learning conference so that they can engage with the reinforcement learning community. There are people who have to sit just as many are doing. So put the biology department and the computer science department closer together so that they understand each other's language, they understand each other's pain points, and thus can say, here is what I think from my community or my training can be applied for you. But we cannot do it in a manner that says, oh, I'm going to solve your problem. Let me tell you how reinforcement learning is going to change your world. We first have to engage and say, what are your questions? Even if they say that they don't know, they have ideas, and they may not express it in the way that might lead to, okay, what you're asking for is this algorithm and this chapter of this textbook or this blog post. But if we sit and continue having conversations, close conversations, we're able to actually get to a joint point at which we can say, aha, here is what we can do together. But it involves conversation. A long answer for a short question, I'm sorry.
Great, thanks.
Thanks. So we'll just take one last question, and then you can respond in the chat for other questions. Someone called Francis asks, he says, great presentation. How are you dealing with the explainability aspects?
Right, so that is critical, especially when we're talking about engaging with non-domain experts from a AI perspective or non-domain experts from a modeling perspective. So as a team, we're playing a few different roles. So one of the roles that we have is to put the tools together, but we're also here to amplify what is being done by the different contributors. So for example, if we need to understand how we can help a modeler, so there's different levels of explainability. One is, how does the model work? One of the things that one of our modeling groups asked for is, okay, can you generate a dashboard that can allow a novice model user to get an intuitive sense for the relationship between model inputs and model outputs? So we've done that. So imagine a very simplistic UI that allows a user to say, if I do ABC, what will happen? And they'll be able to get outputs over multiple models. So that's one way that we can help a modeler inform a decision maker and understand that, okay, this is how the model works. In terms of algorithms, we don't want a policymaker necessarily to have to go and understand how to evaluate AI algorithms, but we want to be able to at least give them the opportunity to say, here are 7 different algorithms that were implemented by different people, and all of these 7 algorithms are giving me the same insights or the same information or the same recommendations. So it depends on the use case, it depends on the user, but this is something that we will continue to be working on.
Okay, thank you so much, Sekou, for all that time in the presentation and the Q&A session. I believe there's one more question that you can respond to in the chat. We need to move to our next presenter. So our next presenter is Engineer Bainom Gisha from the Department of Computer Science. Engineer, you can please go ahead with your presentation.
Morning, everyone. Hope you can see my screen.
Yes, Engineer, we can see your screen. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So my name is Engineer Bainom Gisha from the Department of Computer Science at Makerere University. And today I would like to give a brief talk on IoT for environmental sensing, drawing experiences from the AirCo project, which I'm leading. We hope that the experience here, can inform other people who are looking at, building and deploying IoT systems in the real world. As we know that in the past, few days, we've been focused on, how do we write, algorithms, how do we analyze the data, but this data has to come from somewhere. And I think, as you all are aware, most of the times when we get started on, working on a machine learning project, the first question is around the data. And if you are in this part of the world, in most cases, you almost have to start some strategies on how to get your data sets in, as we've seen in earlier talks, for instance, from Dina and Tim, working with the farmers to, collect data on the poultry and so on. So this, our experience is specifically on how we gather data from the environment. So a very brief about the AirCo project. So AirCo project focuses on air pollution monitoring. In particular, I will briefly say why air pollution. But in brief, at AirCo, we build and deploy air quality IoT devices to measure air pollution in cities. Specifically, we focus on key parameters, particulate matter, which is considered as a key indicator for air pollution, but also is linked to many, health outcomes by the World Health Organization and other, research studies. And most importantly, in the times of COVID, it's also been shown that actually high levels of air pollution do increase the risk of, severity, but also the spread of COVID-19. So during this time, air pollution has also come out as a key area of focus. So in brief, at EACO, we have a network of about 80 air quality sensors across the country, with about 75,000 measurements per day, and we aggregate about 27 million records of measurements per year. And in the picture there is a sample, air quality monitor deployed on a border in Kampala. So just a brief on why air pollution. This is a slide I borrowed from my colleague, Dr. Bruce Chirenga at Makerere Lung Institute, who studied the effects of pollution on human health. And from their summary, air pollution has big implications on respiratory functions, but also on the disease health, on the heart health, and also other effects like on birth weight and the others. Specifically, some of the studies that have been done shows an impact on the decreased lung function and lung growth, leading to lung cancer and so on. And the WHO reports about 7 million people dying every year from ambient air pollution. So this is an important challenge. And for Africa, most of the African cities rank highly as most polluted, Kampala being one of those, and many other African cities around the continent, Lagos and the others. So why then are we interested in building a network to actually measure air pollution? So when we started this project here, I provide a snapshot of this website, AQICN, which shows like publicly available air quality monitors across the world. And as you can see in this picture, if you want to start, let's say, data science project on actually analyzing, air pollution, could be, predicting the impact, assessing the magnitude, different levels, you can see that there's scarcity of data on air pollution on the African continent. So in the picture, they are taken, the screenshot taken from April 2019, you can see that there are very few monitors across the continent. Although when you look at the picture, the screenshot I took a day ago, we can see that the number of monitors on the African continent slightly increasing, but still much less than the other parts of the world. We can see that a few monitors are coming up in Ethiopia, Sudan, Chad, and the other countries. And most of those monitors, there's a high chance that they are located at the US embassies. So the US embassy has a practice of trying to put an air quality monitoring station at their embassies in the countries where they have presence. They have one in Kampala, in Ethiopia, and the other places. But as you can see, there's certainly an increased number around Kampala, around Uganda specifically, and that is thanks to the AirCo network. So Uganda now is one of the most monitored countries on the continent when it comes to air pollution. So most of the flags that you see around Uganda, all those are AirCo monitors, except for one, which is at the US Embassy in Kampala. And this is an overview of the network across the country. Unfortunately, the air pollution during this time of the year, but also given that people have resumed work after a long shutdown because of COVID, the pollution seemed to have deteriorated quite quickly. So briefly, I just wanted to take you through an experience of, so how do we get here? You know, how did we, you know, start a project at the university and be able to expand a network across the country that is giving us data every other minute. So I wanted to take you through experience on the key things that you might need to focus on, you know, while setting up an extensive IoT system like we have. Hopefully, you know, this can inform, you know, your research and other initiatives. So broadly, there are key three areas you need to, you know, consider. One was on the device development itself, deployment and maintenance. And if time allows, I will try to explain giving experiences for AirCo on each of these aspects. So the first one was on the you know, sensor development. Depending on your project, you need to spend some time on actually figuring out what are the right sensor components that are out there that you might need to you know, try. For air pollution, for instance, you know, we had tried a couple of you know, sensors, some you know, performing you know, really poorly, others you know, working fairly okay, but maybe expensive, others making quite a number of assumptions that might not be valid in our context. And once you sort of have a selection on the sensors, and maybe you have done some you know, prototype deployments, you now need to think about you know, the design and the custom housing. As you can see in the picture there, this is you know, sample blueprint of one of our versions of AirCo. So with, you know, custom designs, you have control on how the internal components are arranged, but also the look and feel of your housing. And for this, we found, you know, 3D printing to be a quick way of, you know, getting things tried out. But also, most importantly, is that you need to take into account a number of other, you know, external parameters that might affect your devices when you put this out in the field. One of the things that we, you know, notice is, especially for air pollution, because sensors need to be exposed to the external environments. You know, you have dust, you have rainwater, you have insects, and if you don't take into account these things at the design, then you end up with poor performance of your sensors, and this is very important. As you know, try out different sensors, you realize that, you know, just taking an existing sensor cannot give you the data quality that you need. There's a little bit of some engineering works to actually get you to the system that can give you the data quality that you need. There are also issues around the power, you know, depending on where you install. There might be power, you know, issues that you need to deal with. The picture there, you know, shows a little bit of the contrast between the custom design versus a pre, you know, designed packaging. This was one of the first, you know, AirCo devices in 2015 or thereabout, with the packaging, you know, just purchased from the hardware shop. But as you can see, there's a bit of rigidity in terms of what you can do with the device compared to the, you know, the custom design. For instance, here you can see that we have an outlet in the lower part of the device to restrict the dust clogging on the device, but also ability that if rainwater gets in, it cannot affect the internal components. Yeah, the other aspect that you need to deal with, you know, obviously is the data communication. You know, as you try out this, you might have to make choices. Do you want to do a cellular IoT system, because we have, you know, cell phone network almost everywhere. But actually, as you deploy the IoT systems, you realize that there are places you don't actually have, cellular coverage to do even a 2G data transmission. Or sometimes you have, issues with the, failure of registration to the different networks. If you're working in places, let's say in Busia or in Kisula, border to Kenya or Rwanda, you end up with your, automatic registration, registering onto a foreign network, which causes data transmission, issues. But there are different options here. Obviously, you could look into Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, near field communication, LoRa, if there is availability. Those are different options that you have to, consider. In the picture there is a sample of, custom circuit board design. As you advance in your system, also you want to be smart and, compact in the wiring and the internal arrangements. So you might need to invest in, custom, circuit boards and also deal with, component placing on the boards. Going into deployment, this is also another interesting, aspect of IoT systems, very similar to, the experiences from our other colleagues in collecting data from agriculture and so on. Also, as you deploy IoT systems, there are many other, physical and environmental things you need to be aware of. Things like even physical security of the device. Once you put out the device, there's utility. People are a bit curious on what's going on. They might tamper with that. So depending on where you are deploying the device, you might need to come up with, custom enclosures. And there is a sample picture of, like a custom installation design developed, with the welders, obviously, drawing some paper instructions to them, and then they go into their workshops, they do the welding, and then we can actually, make this available for, installation of our devices. Also, as you deploy, obviously you need to deal with issues like, sensor calibration, anomaly detection. I think there were already sessions earlier on in the summer school on how you can, do anomaly detection using some machine learning approaches. In the picture there is, is a sample installation on a motorbike. And also depending on where you're installing, as I said earlier, you might need to consider different requirements. For instance, this is an installation near Lake Victoria in a place where there's no access to power. It's, in the near isolated place. It's our sort of like our experiment station, because that's where we get the cleanest air. But again, we have, issues that there's no power and so on. So you have to design, a system that can actually work for a long time without regular maintenance, but also being able to run without access to power. Yeah, so once you have the system deployed, then you also need to be obviously aware on how do you actually maintain the system for it to be, providing accurate data that you can actually use for your data science, work. As you can see in the picture there, one of the devices deployed, I think this was in Bundubujo, Uganda border, Congo. The device has been there for some time. When we had scheduled for maintenance, there was an Ebola outbreak, and then COVID came in. So the device, this picture was sent to me, I think 2 days ago. The device has been there for like 6 months or so without, any maintenance work. So as you can see, it's been already, infested by insects, cobwebs and so on. So you need to have, system, how to optimize and also carry out regular maintenance. And this can be challenging as the network is growing. You can imagine if you have a network across the country, you know, you need to have, you know, a system on how you can maintain the network, either by working with the locals or having, you know, technicians that you can rely on to maintain your IoT system. And this brings us to, you know, some of the tools that we've actually come up with to deal with, you know, the big network. So my team has been working on building a tool that can actually manage an IoT network. So being able to see which devices are up, which devices, you know, are failing, which devices are performing better, which devices are due for maintenance. So being able to, you know, leverage the data set corrected from the maintenance, but also on the failure rates of the devices to sort of like inform, you know, predictive maintenance. So this provides, you know, opportunity, obviously, to do many other things once you have the data in. For instance, there in the picture there is a screenshot of an analytics platform that now aggregates all the data and, you know, hoping to embed, you know, different, you know, analytics and data analysis ideas in there, developed for Kampala Capital City Authority, which is the city government for Kampala. And they're using this now to, you know, like take decisions, you know, how is the pollution like in different divisions in the city, and being able to, you know, have this on the screen in the offices and see which areas are performing well or not. And in the graph there, we also show like the target for the clean air from the WHO, which is the World Health Air Quality Guidelines. So which expects that on a daily average, the particulate matter concentration should not go above 25 micrograms per cubic meter. But as you can see, you know, slightly, you know, higher for some places, but also quite, you know, way above in most parts of the, you know, of the months. Yeah, so there are many other possibilities that are coming out of the data here, which the team is working on, but also with other collaborators. Possibilities, for instance, now to do satellite imagery analysis for predicting air pollution, but now with the possibility to have the ground truth measurements. Also possibilities to identify pollution sources, like identifying, you know, industries using satellite imagery. Also being able to infer pollution sources. So given a measurement of air pollution in location A, can we be able to actually infer where the pollution is coming from in combination with meteorology parameters like wind direction and wind speed? Or can we actually be able to tell, given the pollution source in location A, which areas are likely to be impacted upon by this pollution source? So many possibilities from this. Earlier on, last month, we had a competition in collaboration with the University of Birmingham. We had a Zindi competition for air quality forecast. And, you know, we're glad we got the winners who are now, you know, rolling out their model to one of our staging, you know, platforms. And the winners actually from Tanzania, I think, and yeah, I think from Tanzania and India. So well done, Tanzania. Right, so if time allows, I just wanted to give a very brief overview. Hope I still have a few minutes, Joyce. So given that we had an extensive
go ahead, have a few minutes.
Network of air pollution measurement around Kampala, you know, with the COVID measures, you know, there was demand for a story, but also demand for evidence on what the situation is like for air quality in Kampala, given that vehicles, the vehicle movements were restricted, people movements were restricted. There was curfew in place, and so on. As you can see in the picture there, this is an aerial view of one of Kampala taxi parks where the matatus, park. So many vehicles coming into the city every day. So with the COVID lockdown measures, we had an opportunity to do an experiment. How does air pollution look like in Kampala during this lockdown? And since we had an extensive network of, air quality measurement, we were able to actually see what is the effect on this. So this was sort of like the timelines of the COVID, responses in Kampala, with the full lockdown being enforced around 30th of March. And the first case, reported around 22nd of March, but obviously things have changed now, things opening up, and, COVID cases also increasing. That might explain why as well the pollution levels have again spiked. If I look at our network now, there's no node that is actually in an acceptable ranges of air quality. So we did a very sort of restricted study, picked out a few representative locations. So one in Bugolobi, sort of a near upscale suburb, and then Makerere, which is located on a highway connecting Kampala to Busia, Kenya, and then the city center, and then Entebbe, which is close to the airport. So the idea of this very preliminary analysis was actually to see the trends of the pollution before the lockdown and then during the lockdown. And as you can see in this picture, in general, across all the locations, we're able to have, so the blue dots indicates the air quality measurements during the lockdown across the different locations. And in general, you can see that in all locations, air quality are greatly improved. I think we average this to about 40% improvement in air quality. And the dotted line shows the targets by WHO guidelines. So we're able to attain that in almost all areas, which is interesting. So I will stop there. I see I'm running out of time, but I would like to obviously encourage all of you, especially if you're in Kampala, please, you can get yourself the Airco app on your Android Play Store, App Store, and please give us feedback. You can also follow us on Twitter, so that you can get to know the air quality in the spaces where you are, so that you can hopefully make wise decisions in limiting your exposure to air pollution. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure giving this aircore experience to the audience here. I welcome any questions, and happy to follow up with any people interested. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Engineer, for your great talk. So we'll take a few questions from the audience. Any questions for Engineer? As the questions come in, Engineer, since we've had the previous talk around policymakers, and I believe you've also worked with KCCA, how easy has it been to convince them? Because measuring air quality is one thing, and they have all these beautiful graphs and data that you're giving them. So how has the engagement been with KCCA and NEMA, for example, in terms of taking up the results and implementing policies to deal with air pollution in Uganda?
Yeah, thanks Joyce for that question. Yeah, so one of the things that we have had to deal with is that mean, the first question that you get when you're measuring the environment, especially air quality, is that you measure air pollution. So what? Because that's not enough, you know. And to be able to, you know, translate this into action, we've had a strategic, you know, decision to engage different stakeholders for different reasons. So one is, for instance, schools. Dealing with schools and having teachers actually to raise awareness in the school, but also, you know, using the information to teach the children about, you know, air pollution issues. So that has been a success. The other line of engagement has been with the policy decision makers, as you said, Joyce. So in Ugandan case being Kampala Capital City Authority and also the National Environmental, you know, Authority. So one of the things that we've been able to, I think, make Mighty John is, and the advantage we've taken care of is that there's a clear lack of data on air pollution. So NEMA, the environmental agency, does not have any official air quality monitor. So our data has been, at least on some demand, like at this stage, we are in the process of formulating the national air quality standards. And our data has been quite instrumental in setting the baselines in terms of what's achievable to measure air quality, but also partnering with people like the US Embassy, for instance, because they have, you know, a lot of interest in air quality issues. And you know, working with them also amplifies our message in terms of what needs to be done, either telling the, you know, the government, but also, you know, other stakeholders. And the US Embassy now has also agreed to feature AirCo on their website as a, you know, as a go-to place to know about air quality and taking decisions. So it's not been an easy process. You know, it takes a bit of, you know, challenges in terms of, you know, negotiating, having the champions within the organizations, but also knowing that the first solution they want might not be, you know, that sophisticated machine learning model. But the first thing they might need to start with might be quite a broad overview on the picture of the air pollution, and then you can start talking to them on, you know, machine learning models. Besides, you know, Uganda, we are also part of a bigger network of people in Addis, Nairobi. We've been in touch with the, you know, colleagues at the Nairobi County, and UNEP also, which is based in Nairobi. So there's quite a lot of effort now on air pollution across the different African countries, and I think it's an opportunity to try and make data science to inform decision making and policy making.
Okay. Thank you, Engineer. There are two questions around the sensors. One is, what's the sustainability model for maintaining the sensors at the different sites? And then the other question is, how do you deal with broken sensors? Right.
So, well, when the sensor is broken, unfortunately, it cannot self-heal. But I guess it depends on, you know, the kind of failures sometimes are a little bit different. If the sensor is broken, let's say, maybe because it could be maybe the GPS module is failing, or the communication module is failing, or power is out. So one of the things we've been trying to build is a dashboard to probe the sensors, and being able to at least fairly know what is wrong with the sensor quite in advance. And once that is known, if it's a broken sensor, then if it cannot be maintained, then it has to be replaced, basically. The other question is around sustainability. Yeah, that's a very important, you know, aspect. We obviously are still relying heavily on funding. We have, you know, general support from Google. We've also had some support from, you know, World Bank and other organizations. So one of the things we are doing at the city level is to have a buy-in from KCCA, for instance, to maintain and support the network. We've had some mileage, but not to the level that we would like it to be. The other aspect, obviously, is looking at the potential revenues from the network. Even though we are committed to having API data that can be accessed by everyone, but trying to consider whether there could be some revenues that can come through data to maintain and sustain the network going forward.
Okay, thanks,
And
Engineer.
yeah, I see there's a question here also on privacy.
Yes, there's a
data.
question.
Yeah, so privacy is an issue there, especially with the border riders. So quite keen, obviously, not sharing the data from the border, at least in the raw form, because we do measure. I mean, we track the location and also the measurements, and that data has potential for misuse. You could potentially be able to drive where the border rider is going, and maybe potentially who they're picking up or who they are dropping. So a very key thing there, looking at ways to ensure that the data that is collected does not give or does not identify individuals. If the measurements are not big enough, or if they are in specific neighborhoods, if the measurement is within a neighborhood, you might consider about dropping the location, or at least not making the location so precise. But if the measurement is on a major road, then it doesn't matter, because there are many people. They are likely to be also other riders, so that might not be a big issue. Static locations, yes, we also have a few concerns, like there are some sensitive locations where we have location monitors, but we cannot be able to reveal those precise locations. For instance, what does it mean if you have a sensor in your home or in your school and it is saying that your school is most polluted? Yeah, it's useful information to make decisions, but has implications as well. So we're dealing with those issues, very important questions to think about.
We have one final question. So Francis is asking, how can you use air quality as a proxy for wealth or poverty index? Is air quality better in rich or poor areas?
All right, that's an interesting question to discuss. What we know obviously is that the urban poor are most vulnerable to pollution, especially indoor air pollution. But also what we know is that the dispersion of air pollution is quite dependent on meteorological factors. So it might not matter a lot, whether you are in sort of a rich neighborhood. If you live nearby, maybe a slum or a poor neighborhood, if they cook using, poor energy options, or if they burn rubbish, most likely, depending on the wind direction, this pollution might get to you. But yeah, very interesting study. I know that my colleagues at Lung Health are doing studies on understanding, the effect of air pollution on lung functions. I think what the studies that I've seen so far is actually that the lung functions of children in cities perform poorly compared to the lung functions of children in rural areas, which could be attributed to the fact that, people who are living in the urban areas, children in the urban areas are exposed to more air pollution and therefore affecting the lung function. And yet people in the rural areas who are likely to be the poor rural communities are actually having better lung health.
Okay, thank you so much, Engineer, for the presentation and the Q&A. So we'll now take a break. It's raining here in Kampala, so we're going to run and get some coffee, some tea. We'll be back at 11. So we'll take a 20 minutes break. We'll be back at 11 with the same link. Please don't leave, just stretch your legs and take tea or coffee. Okay.
Can we take a beer?
It's too early, Ernest, and you have to give a talk. So no, you can't. Just coffee.
Man.
And I'm gone for my tea. Do not ask again. I'm not here to moderate this session.
Yeah, and I'm sure Ernest was about to say people should go and smoke a cigarette, but after hearing about air quality.
We have to test the sensors, the air quality sensors.
Don't smoke a cigarette, Ernest.
Yes. Thank you very much, engineer. That is an inspirational talk, I think, me personally, and I think most people. Seeing how
Thank you,
a small
Sheila.
degree-
Obviously, our plan is to get some of your students come to Kampala for a few months where disrupted by COVID. Hopefully, we'll be able to resume on that in future.
For sure.
Yeah, it was shocking to see the map. Kenya and Tanzania had barely a sensor there. Sure, I'm just saying.
It's because the air is clean.
Well. We'll need to put a sensor there and see the results.
Especially if you come to Dedan Kimathi, we are right by the mountain.
It should be clean there then.
Yeah, though we need one of your sensors.
Yeah, that's a good expansion point.
Okay, welcome back from the short break that we've had. Our next speakers are supposed to be from Facebook, but we're waiting for them to connect. I think we'll have Ernest come on and give his talk now. Ernest, are you ready?
What now?
Yes, Ernest. Sorry. Apologies.
Okay, let's see.
Thank you.
Joyce, this is okay. It seems as if the first presenter from this morning may have had a time zone mix-up.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, he did, and we've been trying to chat with him. He seems to be off now, yet he was on earlier. So we are hoping that he can come back in and give his presentation.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yes, we're waiting.
Okay, so should I just go ahead?
Yes, Ernest, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so it's raining here, so there's a bit of background noise, but I'll just go ahead with it. Okay, so yeah, so I in the spirit of being ambushed, I'll give a talk that I've given previously, but I think it's relevant for our context here and for Data Science Africa. So it's on contextualizing AI for social good, and you can extend this to data science. So the broader aspects of this, of course, are SDGs. So the idea of impacting social good, the broader goals would be the SDGs. So how can we leverage data science and AI to address some of these challenges? And I'm sure Martin and the Pulse Lab will talk about this a lot more tomorrow. But I think we can place a lot of things here that we are trying to do. And a lot of the talks we've gone through already are sort of addressing each of, or some of these goals at least. Okay, so one way to think about this challenge is to think about it as a pipeline view of this challenge. And so there's a lot of stuff that is going on. So the sort of current context. So there's government programs, there's different interventions, different groups doing many things. And you could think of where does AI or where does data science come in? And there's been a lot of work being done from way back, from when we had MDGs, now we have SDGs, and things going on. One of the things that data science and AI can help is to look at these tasks along this pipeline that limit the rate at which we achieve some of the goals that we're trying to do or to accomplish. And and we can think of these tasks as limiting. So how do we get from point A to point B to delivering no hunger or better health, food security, we think there are some rate limiting sort of processes along this pipeline that we can influence. So the goal of one of looking at data science, or looking at Data Science Africa, or looking at AI for social good, is to look for those areas which we think are rate limiting along the pipeline and try and address those. And one way of thinking about it, at least, is in the context of Data Science Africa, in the context of low-resourced areas like Africa, is to think about experts. So experts tend to be a limited resource in this area. It's one of the resources that is limited. And so this limits the rate at which some of these tasks can be accomplished. And then there tends to be less standardization in executing these tasks. So I talk from some background of doing things. A lot of this talk will give examples from some of the work that we did in the Makerere AI lab, and that the work that continues to be done. And some examples are from things, for example, engineers doing in Makerere. And so there tends to be limited standardization in some of these tasks, and I'll give some examples later on. And generally, the ideas of scale, and so talked about this a bit, these limited resources. So we work in a low-resourced area where the government can't ably deploy things at scale. And so even thinking about how to solve these problems, we have to think about it in this low-resourced sort of scope. And so you have this axis of experts, standardization, and resources, which is one key thing to target in the interventions we want to take. And then you also have another sort of axis of things that limit rate. So things that take a lot of time, so time-intensive tasks where you have a lot of experts maybe spending a lot of time doing things. You can think about interventions that have to do with automation. Other things are expert tasks, so things that require an expert, of which we have few people. And here you could, I think a lot of the talks that we've had, maybe trying to automate expert tasks, make them more automatic, put that on the phone. This could be ways of doing that. And then other ideas around scale. Like Sekou talked about, how do you build for scale? How do you build platforms that can easily be scaled out? So these are sort of the axis I think about when trying to think about what would be a good data science problem to solve. All right, so the opportunities for working in this area in low-resourced areas like Africa are several. One of them is you have more, or maybe not more, or easy ways of collecting large amounts of data. So collecting data here, while it's generally problematic, it tends to be cheaper to collect data, for example, in this area, in a resource-constrained area like the one we are in. Then there are other novel methodologies that are coming up that allow for automation of certain tasks. So a good thing that is happening now, and which has been talked about quite often, is this idea of leapfrogging. So we can actually leapfrog. We don't have to go through the whole pipeline for some of the technologies like communications, telecommunications. We can actually leapfrog over some of these and make use of the novel technologies that are the cutting edge to attack some of these problems we are facing. And then we're having better computation power, supporting near real-time analytics. So about maybe 10 years ago, I was working with an NGO that does ICT for health. And at that time, we're deploying something close to what engineer is doing. We're deploying local caches of health data. And the idea was to improve the knowledge of the health workers, to give them up-to-date data, continual professional data. And the second part of that network, so it was a network of different data caches, we call them jacks. So it was a box, a custom-made box that you could operate with infrared. So you interfaced with it through infrared, and the health workers were given PDAs, personal digital assistants. I don't know if these are even still there, but these were devices that had they only communicated with the infrared. So someone had to go near the device and then download data and then upload data. So they would upload things like forms, like HMIS forms, which are health managed. They have health information for surveillance in the different parts of the country here in Uganda. And at that time, to communicate with the server, we used dial-up technology. I mean, things that 56K, and then we got bumped up to GPRS, and that seemed like the world had opened up for us, that you had this big pipe of data. This was GPRS. But now things have moved so fast in 10 years. 2G to 3G to 4G, and now we're getting to 5G if they don't ban all the towers. But things have moved so fast. So and compute power has also grown tremendously in that time. So there's huge opportunities currently that we can leverage on. And then there's also been an equal trend in the cost of hardware. So the cost of hardware has gone down from the sort of mobile devices we had 10 years ago, which cost so much money. Now we are getting more powerful and cheaper devices, smart devices coming in. So one idea is also to build for these opportunities. And then lastly, there's this low barrier to end-to-end problem solving that allows us in this context of low-resourced countries to try different and novel ways of solving this problem. So end-to-end problem solving means we can start from where in case for a data science project, at problem definition, we can talk to the end users, we can collect the data, we can go through cleaning, we can go through building models, then we can go through deployment, we can deploy it on devices, and then we can actually go and look at how it's working in the field, and even reach to the policymakers and see if results from this intervention actually reach them and what sort of impact we can get from that. So it's easier than, for example, in developed nations, I guess. So the barrier is a bit lower. Yeah. Okay, so I'll talk about different aspects of context related to different things. And one thing to start with, being Data Science Africa, is the data. So data is definitely important for building models or for doing evidence-based decision making. And so it's the raw material that we use as data scientists and also for AI. And one particular aspect of data is images. And I think it was engineer who mentioned, I don't know whether yesterday or today, about having a huge, for example, in Uganda, we have several languages that people speak, 40, 50 plus tribes with multiple languages. And so having a technology that can be pervasive in this space, for example, you need to collect certain types of data. If the data needs to be collected language specific, then you have a huge problem to deal with all the languages. One idea was to use images. Images, if a problem can be solved by images and a lot of things can be solved that way, this is one quick way to get coverage, quick coverage, or to scale. So images tend to be a very good data source, a very good data type to tackle these challenges in this pipeline. So you can think of satellite data, image data, like we've seen several examples of crop data, etc. And images can also be repurposed and revisited. Once you have an image, you can derive, you can infer things from the image, but it can also be kept and repurposed. You can build your algorithms better, refer back to the images. So there's ways you can make use of them. So maybe one challenge with this particular aspect of data is how do you do proper ground truthing for image data? So this is important for building good models. And in our experience, so I was part of a project that was doing something similar to what was presented earlier, trying to detect disease from images of plants. So this here on the side is, so what we did, for example, is we went and collected very curated images of plants, and this is what they look like here on the right-hand side. So this is an image, well-centered, taken appropriately for building a model. So it's an image taken for building a model that can be used for disease detection. But the image on the left is sort of a typical image in the field, and you want this technology to be used by farmers. Initially, we had a pool of data collectors who were conversant in some sense with building models. And so even the description of how do you take an image was sort of the one on the right. Make sure it's in the center, it covers most of the image. No glare, you get to get at a good angle. But if you're giving the tool to a farmer, they're most likely to get images like the one on the left. And so it's more complicated. How do you do ground truthing? So one idea is to label the whole image. So this is an image of a cassava plant that depicts cassava mosaic disease, which tends to deform the leaf, tends to decolorize it. So the aspects of that in this. The other aspect is to identify all the diseases in the plant. So actually the image represents two types of diseases. So one is one leaf of the plant has one particular disease, and the other leaf of the same plant has another type of disease. And so you could label this as with the most evident disease, CMD, or you could sort of say, okay, no, let me ground truth it and identify the plants in or the diseases in the plant. You could go further, a step further, and say, I may even want to get severity. So severity is also an important measure for the people for who this problem is interesting to solve. So how severe is the disease? So you have severity measures as well. So there are different ways of how you can ground truth, or you want to think more specifically about how you want to ground truth. And you could further go, you could even go further and identify areas where you're seeing the disease, like we saw in the earlier presentation. Okay, so ground truthing images has certain complexities. So these are things that one needs to take into consideration when doing this. They also determine what kind of models you can build. The other aspect of data for when thinking about data science or AI for social good is readiness levels. And this is something that Professor Neil has been at the forefront of pushing. How can we get some understanding of how ready our data is, even when we share it, so that there is a bit of standardization across people trying to work with this data. And his idea was to have different levels of readiness for computing on the data, for example. And you can sort of go to inverse probability and look at data readiness levels and sort of get an idea of what this means. But the general idea is, while data is cheap to collect, for example, in this context, how ready is the data for building models or building certain types of models? And so this is an aspect that is worth thinking about. For example, and this is what I know Joyce is currently doing, is collecting data from farmers and trying to incentivize them to take images from their gardens to send the data. But sometimes you get data which is skewed. So if a farmer is more incentivized to collect a certain type of data, so for example, if you're asking them collect data, we're interested in knowing the spread of disease, then what you get is a lot of data. They over-collect data that is diseased. So in a garden, they would go looking for disease data, which is what you want, but it's not balanced enough, for example, with a healthy class if you want to build a model. Or you get a farmer, a data collector who is very incentivized, and he'll collect so much data. And so you have a disparity in the geography, several images from one place and etc. So you find there are certain aspects you may need to think about which have to do with data readiness for building certain types of applications. All right, so I wanted to go through several, at least from experience working in this area and from other people's experience, where context is important to think about. So one typical example is work done by the Makerere AI lab, where I was a part of this work as well. Is we tried to do, initial thing was to build a model for doing disease detection of cassava. And this is an idea that's exciting for data scientists or people who want to build models. You know, it's an exciting idea. You can take images, you're going to build something, it can automatically detect disease. And so it's an exciting computer vision problem. And this at that time was really top of our agenda. And we thought this was, of course, a priority for the people we were targeting. And it turned out not to be exactly the case at that time. So we're dealing with the national body here in Uganda responsible for monitoring cassava in the country, building better varieties. And so we're dealing with the experts. And at that time, the problem of identifying disease was not a very big problem for them as experts, because they could look at the plant and identify disease. So while this was exciting for us as a computer vision problem, it wasn't exciting for them equally. And so their priority at that time was this task that they had to do, which was to count whiteflies. So this is a cassava leaf, and the little white dots are vectors for disease. They're called whiteflies. So they are little flies that perch on the leaf, and they carry disease from one plant to the other. And so one idea of understanding the spread of disease is that they do a count of all these whiteflies, and then they can quantify, in some sense, how the disease will be spread. So an epidemic, how it will move and where it will move to, and etc. And so they had to do this manually, and they had to count several plants in each garden to do to get statistical power. They had this methodology or protocol that they were following of counting whiteflies on 30 plants, and each plant they were doing 5 leaves, and several lobes per leaf. So this is just one leaf. So a leaf of cassava has several lobes, and so this would be considered one plant. And they have to do this very early in the morning. In short, it was a very time-consuming manual task that they thought as experts this would something that was a candidate for automation. And this is what they really wanted us to solve. And so the task right now, of course, this is sort of an extreme case of the task where you have, I don't know, these are probably in the millions of whiteflies. So you can think of counting these per individual whiteflies. This is just one leaf, and you have to do several leaves, several plants in one garden, and then you have to count several gardens. It becomes increasingly an impossible task. And and so this was one idea of, this is where we had a clash with context. So we had a good problem, a good computer vision problem. We are excited about it, but the end users were building it for had totally different priorities. And so we didn't, at that time, I guess we didn't fully understand the context, or at least it changed when they saw the possibility of what automated systems could do. Another aspect is this project that Joyce is currently leading on crowdsourcing surveillance data from farmers, and the same idea, or an idea sort of extending on the idea I talked of collecting data. So if you're going to build a model for farmers who are going to use the system, one idea is to actually have them collect the data, because they'll collect data which is very close to what they'll use with the system. But the other idea, of course, is also it has a very big cost-saving implication. So the way they ordinarily do surveys, at least in Uganda, was that you'd have people from Kampala, from the center of the country. They would set a plan every year. They have to hire several cars or buy several cars, and then they have to drive through all the country. And they at each point they sample a couple of gardens, and then they do a survey. So basically they go in the gardens and look at the crops and see which is disease and which is not, and they record them and etc. So it's a long, arduous process that requires a lot of resources to do. And one quick idea to do this is that, okay, farmers have phones. If a farmer has a smartphone, a phone that has a camera, we just have them take images of their crops or their gardens, and then this data can be used to infer things like spread of disease or where disease is, and this can inform interventions by the government. And so one idea was to test this hypothesis. So get farmers, we got about 200 or so farmers, and these also represented groups. So we had a fairly complex theoretical model, at least we were following. Get farmers in groups, give one phone to, I don't know, a group of 5 farmers. In which case, if you have 200 phones or 230 phones, then you're covering maybe 1,000. But this doesn't work in practice, or at least it didn't work that way in practice. Eventually, we gave a phone to a farmer and asked them to send data every week based on some incentive scheme that covers their data costs and incentivizes them to collect data from places other than their fields. And so when you sort of get a time series graph of collections or submissions per day, number of images, we sort of had this trend. And so the trend sort of picks up initially because the incentive was free equipment, a free phone. And so there is excitement about the thing, and it sort of picks up as people get onboarded. And at some point around August, about 3 months after, we're trying different incentives. So at this point, the incentive changed from, we started micropayments. So micropayments, so we pay a small amount of money for each image a farmer sends. And what happened is that at the point where you see the peaks in red, is that the farmers eventually figured out that they could make more money just collecting data not even waiting to harvest the crops they had and selling them, but they could actually just make more money sending data to us. And so what happened at this point is that some farmers had, they got motorcycles, I don't know from where, and they would sort of ride around the whole village to people's gardens taking images of cassava. So we had spikes one day where someone collects 1,000 images or 2,000 images because it's a simple mathematical optimization thing for them. The more images, the more money they get. And so it quickly blew up our budget. And so after that, there is a sharp decline around 1 month after that when we figured out the budget is not going to hold. And so we limited the amount of images per farmer per day. And so then it tempers off. And so even just understanding and this is very, very complex. I think and I think Joyce or Daniel can go into depth, can give a whole presentation on how incentives work, but it's very complicated because, you know, the different contexts of the different people who are sending data, what work they do, are they farmers, do they work for the government in the district, are they extension workers, do they work for NGOs that are into farming? They had different, even age was a factor, and gender. These people respond differently to incentives. So understanding which ones work was quite, it was a big, it was quite eye-opening to do this kind of work. But sort of understanding these different contexts, I think the lesson here was that when we sat down and planned this project initially, we didn't have an idea of this variety of contexts. And quickly we learned that these things affect the way you actually implement the project or the way the project works. And maybe one final thing was, so this app had several other things. So it had a diagnosis section. So the image they took could also, they could understand if the plant was diseased or not, and they could also upload it. It had a chat session, etc. But one thing that was interesting when we were debriefing the farmers at the end, trying to understand how some of these trends, for example, the low response towards the end of the project was a fairly short project. One of the things that we got to know is some of the farmers eventually were reluctant to use the app because they actually also had learned. So the app had trained them to tell disease. So if the farmer uses it several times to text an image, the app says it's this disease. Eventually the farmer also, it's a training process for the farmer. Eventually he also looks at the plant and says, okay, now I think I can ably determine what disease this is. And so the utility of the app then goes down. So you're achieving so monitoring, and as I sort of talk about this later on, monitoring the efficacy of your intervention just by looking at the data alone may be deceptive in this case. Okay, so other types of contexts. So the AI lab has done several projects. One of them was traffic monitoring. This was a project led by Rose and John Quinn. And the idea was to look at traffic monitoring or try to understand traffic in Kampala, at least. And so this is a typical roads elsewhere, and typical models for traffic monitoring are built based on images like this, where you have clearly delineated roads, they're well marked, you have different lanes, you have, it's easier generally to do modeling with this kind of data. Typical scenarios in Kampala is slightly different. You have no road markings. In scenarios where you have no road markings, where the definition of a car is slightly different, then it becomes more complicated to sort of get models built elsewhere and apply them, for example, in Kampala. And so so again, the context matters of where you try and deploy this. And so they had to devise very innovative sort of ways of doing this. This is the Matatu Park, I think engineer talked about before COVID, way before COVID. So these cars actually move. These are not parked cars. These are cars moving. And yeah, it's interesting. So you can imagine the pollution here. And this little house there is a police station, police post to monitor things. Anyway, so so John, Quinn, and Rose came up with these very interesting engineering designs for doing this sort of work that sort of fitted the context. So one of them was ideas around charging that engineer talked about. How do you build a charging unit that you can mount that can take images? So they had, instead of building a whole circuitry, they got a mobile phone which has a camera, put it in a metallic box, put a solar panel on top, and a battery to charge it inside this metallic box. And they built a very ugly box so that it's not attractive to thieves. I guess, I hope that was the reason. Well, it's not as fancy as engineers, colored box. And then they mounted this and could do very interesting things in traffic monitoring. Even the models built were built for sort of the context where you have multiple moving things on roads which are not marked, etc. And then engineers talked about this, but I'll just talk about it as well. So that is engineer installing his air-core devices. So again, the context is quite different. It's not the same as getting a standard thing bought on Amazon and just putting it up. They had to fiddle with many things that engineer talked about and install it in different places. But as you said, there was some idea of custom circuitry, 3D printed enclosures. So no more molds won't work. So the context is slightly different. Here we have a lot of sunshine, so you can actually have it solar powered, connecting. Some places don't have power, as engineers said, so this can be more complicated. And yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out again to engineer for a fantastic presentation and these multiple sensors around Kampala and Uganda. And maybe one interesting thing also is that engineer talked about it briefly, but they also had to deploy these things on motorbikes. And I think from the way I understand it, the engineer explained, you have to connect the thing to the I think the battery of the bike, and you get air quality measurements as this gentleman is riding in different places. So these bikes here, called border borders here in Uganda, are used for transportation quite a bit within town. So they have advantages of beating the sometimes huge traffic jams, but also they can go through places which cars can't go. And so they go far and deep and wide, and so you get measurements everywhere. So it's a very innovative way of picking measurements. So instead of mounting it in one place, you can actually get measurements from different places. So utilizing the local context here for deploying such a thing is sort of the way to do data science in this context. Another project was from the AI lab. Again, this was a project by the lab that was headed by John and Rose, and doing automated malaria microscopy. So automating the count of parasites from a blood slide. And so what you see here is an eyepiece mounted on top of a microscope. And so the eyepiece is connected to a computer, and you have a model running on the computer that does the count. And so the basis for this is that you have, I think at that time you had more microscopes than lab technologists or lab technicians that could run these things. And so one way to do this, also it takes a lot of time for the lab technologist, the lab technician to count parasites. So they have to look through the microscope and do a count of parasites on a slide. And then they have to keep alternating the slide, moving it very slightly, and do counts. And then from there, they infer a certain number of parasites in the slide. And from that, they can infer, they can make they can infer whether you have malaria or not. So this is how lab work is done for malaria, mostly in Africa. And this is a time-consuming task, and you can think of automating it. So this is one way of automating it. And several other aspects come into the context. So it's very hard to, so this eyepiece is, so the eyepiece, using an eyepiece like this one requires another device like a computer. And you have to build a model, and then you have to get a computer. So it's quite expensive. So one way to mitigate that is to have a smartphone do the count. And so I think what they had to do is build models, try and build models that are small enough, can work on a phone, can work fairly well enough and within reasonable time on a phone. And you also have different phones, different phone sizes. And so one other idea was to build this 3D printed adjustable clamp for the microscope. And so you could, so this thing is adjustable. You can put any size of phone here. You can adjust it for height, for where the camera is on the phone. And you can lock it into, you can tighten it onto the microscope. And you can use that for automating the count of parasites. So again, this is sort of taking advantage of this sort of local context where you may not have computers in all the labs, you may not have power in all the places, but you can use something like a mobile phone that people have that is quite prevalent already, and you can build custom models that are smaller, that can work with these types of devices. You can build a cheap add-on tool like this with 3D printing. Maybe it's $5 to build this artifact. And so you can get a cheap solution that's easy to scale. To scale this, you just have to build more of these Microsoft add-ons, and then people can use their own phones to do this kind of thing. Okay, so maybe other aspects of context that we run into that were quite important. So there was a big, for me it was very, very revealing, at least participating in some of these projects, the idea of a sociological or the social context of deploying these data science artifacts. So one idea was training farmers. So even training farmers on basic usage of a technology such as this. So we found that the technology is not so important. So initially we thought we need to build a good app, a good UI, because these things are important. You have to get good technology, easy to use, it's robust. These are very important things, but found that building these relationships was much better. And I think even Sekou sort of mentioned this, starting with relationships to infer the exact problem tends to be very important. We also found things like gender and age were a big factor, even for things like training farmers. So initially we had a group of engineers, young men, either doing masters on campus, at university. Initially we thought this was straightforward. These young men had built some of the models, they had looked at the data, they could do the training, but we found that for men to train, for example, women who are farmers, was not something that was very effective. So eventually, interfacing with some other people, we understood that maybe you need to be sensitive about gender, maybe have ladies, train ladies. Even then, you had to have maybe ladies of a certain age. This is when, it made sense, where the training made sense for the people that are taking the training. And so even understanding the local customs and norms was very important. For example, we had, most of the farmers tend to be the women. Now, if you give the phone to the lady, sometimes you find that the man who's the head of the household maybe had a poorer phone, and this was a problem. So some of them, would take the phone, and we had to figure out ways of dealing with that. They would want to use the phone, but maybe they wouldn't be able to take the images as often as we wanted. So there was a lot of things about understanding the society and the places where we're deploying that were very important for some of these projects. So other aspects, generally, so there was an idea of going further than automation to problem redefinition and understanding. And so one case was, for example, counting whiteflies. So if you're going to count, and they are in the order of hundreds of whiteflies on a leaf, maybe the goal then is not really automation, counting all the flies. So one problem we ran into quickly was, initially you have a prototype that does a count of, for example, flies on a leaf, and the people you're doing this for are excited. So the stakeholders are quite excited that this thing could do this. And so the next stage was they want something more accurate. They want something that can count everything properly. But it's almost impossible to do this 100% because there are so many conditions in the field that either some things are flying off, some things are not in scope, some things becomes very complicated. And so their insistence at that time was, no, you need to build these things so that it's really accurate. But technologically, this turned out to be quite impossible. And so maybe the right thing there in our thinking at that time was, maybe we redefine the problem. If you want to understand the rate of spread of disease, maybe the idea of understanding, maybe there is no difference between doing a count of 147 whiteflies and saying that there are over 100 whiteflies on the leaf. And so these were aspects of that we thought could work. And we found this in several problems, that automating an existing manual protocol, sometimes not necessarily mapping it one-to-one. Sometimes you may want to redefine the problem to make the automation easier and sort of achieve the same result. This is the sort of the key message here. And the other thing, of course, was ethical considerations. Starting by thinking what could go wrong. I think this is sort of the do no harm mantra is very key to consider, especially when thinking of doing things for the social good, because people are excited to get the solutions that you're proposing, but then you have to make sure that things about fairness, transparency, considerations of privacy and people's data are taken into consideration. So this is a more complicated problem actually for low-resourced areas like this, or in this context. So you can think of places like Europe where people are more informed about these things, they're more savvy, they may have a hand of certain things like data privacy. In places where these things are not necessarily on top of people's minds, then you who's building these solutions has to, you have to take them into consideration. So this is a very strong consideration for doing things in this context, which tends to be unique in that sense. We also found that during deployment, deploying fully automated systems was quite complicated. Complicated in small part to the technological complications, but also in a large part to what the systems actually propose. So if your system is going to detect that someone's garden is purely diseased, and the solutions there are to raise the garden, to uproot all the crops, or to go and buy certain type of pesticide, all these things have direct implications on the budget of that household. And these budgets are small generally, and we're trying to increase them. So you want to make sure that the whatever inferences are made by your model are correct, and there's backing of relevant authorities for these things. So we found that having human in the loop was very important. So it could be a semi-automated system, and you could have a human in the loop who verifies or validates or adds extra contextual information that can consider the current situation of the people using the application, and maybe backing of government. Maybe they can link to government subsidies and etc. So we found this to be quite important. So it's very different from just saying, okay, this thing identifies crops, here it is, all you farmers, go ahead, and if you find anything wrong, whatever the app tells you, go ahead and do it. These things tended not to work that way. Right, and community building and domain expert engagement from the get-go is very important. I think this is now becoming common knowledge, but getting the users on board early, the stakeholders, and building with them and not for them is a very critical thing in sort of working this space of improving livelihoods, social good. And then impact, also understanding the impact of the project or the prototype was very important. So as I said, for example, for the surveillance of data, the impact was very, there were very different levels of impact that were not envisaged at the beginning of the project. So at the beginning of the project, you're hoping to improve livelihoods by, for example, in this case, by informing the farmers early detection of disease so that they can mitigate effects of disease, have better yield, and hence have better outcomes, more income from either selling these crops or feeding better. So this was our theory of change at the time. But actually what we found that there was a loop. So for example, the people who figured out they could make more money just by sending the data, they sort of looped, and then you had improved livelihoods because they had more income at family level. Other things were, so some of the people who kept moving around to collect data eventually became experts. So they had this appreciation from their fellow people in the community. And some of them eventually started selling materials for better seeds, so improved seeds. In cassava, these would be stems. And then they made a lot of money from that. Some opened shops, generally left agriculture, this kind of thing. So the impact we were achieving on the livelihoods was what we wanted, but the path was slightly different. And we had no way to measure this impact from the data that we're collecting. It was only at the end, at one of the stakeholder meetings at the end, that we had people give us these types of examples of how the project had affected their lives, their livelihoods. Yeah, that's about it. So thank you. This is an image of one of the smallholder farmers called Agre and his sons in his garden. Yeah, thank you. Right, so I guess I'll take any questions. I can't see them with my when I'm sharing the screen. So if they are there, any questions, someone perhaps can read them out.
Okay, thank you, Ernest, so much for this talk. Very insightful from your very many years of experience working in this space. Anyone who has a question for Ernest, now would be a good time to ask, or put it in the chat, or raise your hand so that you can talk as well. Yeah, please feel free to do that. Hey, oh, hi, who's this?
This is engineer.
Okay, engineer, please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't find the icon to raise my hand. Thanks, Ernest, for this insightful, insights from the experience across a spectrum of different projects. So the picture on your last slide is actually the source of my question. So what is so in terms of long-term impact on people like Agre, how are they doing in terms of uptaking the AI system that you started?
Okay, I think I'll just pass on that one. Thank you. No, okay, I'll attempt to answer it. So the long-term impact is very hard to measure. So the way I think about long-term impact is maybe two ways. One is the direct one that we can measure. So someone like Agre, so one is exposure. So the way this project was implemented, it was not implemented in isolation as a technology project. So we implemented it with the national body in charge of surveillance here. And even during the training sessions where we invited Agre, we also invited the experts from NACRI in this case. And so they gave them further information about how to handle pests, what to do with diseases, how to identify them and how to mitigate them. They gave them general training on farming practices, agronomic best practices, soil and etc. So that was one benefit of the project, not necessarily of the AI system, but the ecosystem of this whole AI project. Which is also linked to what Agri has. So he has an app, he can tell disease. So hopefully he can understand when his crops are diseased and he can pivot around that and maybe mitigate further damage. So this was the immediate impact that we wanted to create. And very hard to measure though. For example, how many times has he taken, has he used the app, and how many times has he changed his mind or pivoted and carried out some sort of intervention. So this was hard to measure, and we didn't measure that at that time. So that's one aspect where we think he benefits. But the other long-term impact is actually that. So this training we gave Agri, for example, was a training in using technology. And so he gets to learn how to use technology, to appreciate what technology can do. And the benefit of this is that there are many other projects that build up on this. And projects build up on this. And first of all, even the evidence that you can have an AI system work for a farmer in the field, can do this, spurs on many other bigger projects that people are trying to implement. And I think some of these projects from the AI Lab have spurred many projects in crop disease detection and even bigger things. For example, I know a project that is now doing, what is it called? They do farmer clinics, and again, they use technology to collect data. Farmers send images, and they can tell them in real time what disease they have. Farmers can uproot part of their crops and take them, then they can. And so there are other things that build on top of this type of work, but also Agri's knowledge on using technology also builds. So I think these have long-term impact that we may not immediately see, but in aggregate over several years, I think it would be substantial impact.
Okay, thank you. Ernest, you have another question. Someone is saying, great work. Ernest, how can he be able to join the AI Lab?
Yeah. Joyce, do you want to take that? So Joyce is the head of the AI Lab now. So that's a question she can ably answer, I think.
Oh yes, Bernard, you're welcome to join the lab. Let me send you my email. Let me just put my email address in the chat, and then we can take it further from there. Yeah. Anyway, any other questions for Ernest? Any other question?
Actually, maybe one thing related to that, and I think Martin will probably talk about this, but the idea of Data Science Africa was actually to do this kind of thing, to have this a big congregation of experts across Africa who are doing this kind of work and share experiences. But now we're going even further down into having local groups that are sort of doing these types of work. So, for example, these projects, you have an air monitoring project in Kampala led by engineer. We're going to have Kenyan students, I think he said, who may come deploy the same thing in Kenya. They will learn lessons from here and take them there. And this is the whole idea of Data Science Africa. Maybe we'll have Ethiopians do this. And so the whole ecosystem is driven by this sort of type of sharing, and hopefully the idea of joining may not be the right thing, but the idea of sort of spreading this thing out, that people can share lessons across different countries in Africa where the context may be different and apply them locally. This would be one of the key ideas of data science, but I'm sure Shira can talk more about this.
I have a follow-up comment, Ernest, if I may. So I found your discussion and the experience on this idea that the farmers stopped using the app after learning from the tool. I thought that was really interesting, and I'm quite keen to see so your ideas on how to leverage on that to sort of keep the use of the app going, but also the learning of the farmers from the app. Go ahead.
Hello?
Malcolm Clinic Jesus. Hello.
Let me call you back, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. So the yeah. So the app actually evolved with some of these lessons and included many more things. Things like included a chat where farmers could chat. So one thing we noticed when we got farmers together, they had a lot of information that they could share across themselves, amongst themselves. So building these sort of bridges and relationships amongst themselves. So there's a chat, there's a question and answer aspect to the app. And I think the work that Joyce has done, extending this to even more crops, so that there is more learning in this process, have all been efforts to further improve or sort of increase the usage of the app, but also to improve the learning of these people. And one thing maybe related to long-term impact that you sort of mentioned, if you got a farmer who had a smartphone or who had been trained previously by maybe some other project, then you had a lot of mileage because they quickly learned. We use this as train of trainers. There's many ways you can sort of scale this thing, especially once you have a local groups that have the knowledge in how to use technology. So there's, yeah, but thinking about different ways of improving this as I think is still a very big part of ongoing work.
Yeah, Ernest, I wanted to thank you very much for the talk. I mean, it's always an inspiration hearing all the work, the great work that has happened in the AI lab. And I think it's an inspiration to the rest of the DSA community. I just wanted to ask about this stakeholder engagement. I think it appeared to be a running theme that you really have a significant engagement with stakeholders. How are you able to do it effectively?
Yeah, that is a very hard question. It's quite hard to do effectively. The way we've done it is to get how do I call them? There would be on Twitter you'd call them influencers, or people who have a certain social hierarchy or status that makes them that can validate some of the work that we're doing. So we've spent a very long time building relationships. For example, with NACRI, this is the national body in charge of agriculture and specific parts on specific diseases and crops. We spent several years of visits and trying to get what do they call them, champions in the organization. So identifying the champions in the organization and building this relationship with them, explaining the things, the hurdles, the problems, and starting building solutions with them was a key part of the stakeholder management. And so the idea of getting to farmers, for example, you need the national bodies involved. It's very hard. Even simple things like if we wanted to go to the field, for example, for training or to meet farmers, if I went with a private car or with I had a 4x4 in town and went with it, is very different than going and talking to the agents in charge of agriculture and saying want to go with a labeled car from agriculture from your institute, and we're willing to hire it and want to go to meet the farmers down in the district. This is a very different effect. So even just having this relationship with gives you a bit of mileage in in building these relationships. And so we've had to build relationships, for example, the National Farmers Association here in Uganda. And from there, they also have relationships with other key people in the district. They have local farmer groups that they know. And so involving all these stakeholders is very critical in doing this. So it's very different from doing your thing in the lab and say, okay, let me go to the field, talk to the district person, get me some farmers, and then I try and deploy it. I think this would be it's one way of doing it, but probably not very effective. So I think building this coalition of stakeholders is very important. At least we found that very important. But there's, I can't say I'm an expert at doing this. It's a very hacky process, but I think it's a very, very critical process to build.
And on things, Ernest, and just to add on as well, that we always have like several meetings with the stakeholders. Like as soon as we have a project, we can't just go directly to the farmers. We have to always go through the stakeholders, and that's the Agricultural Research Institute. But it's not that you go once and you have one meeting and you explain to them and they click or understand the technology that you want to implement. It's a series of meetings, that all of you come on board, and until you get to that understanding and they get to the understanding that you have with them, only then can you start, because it's very critical, because there'll be the ambassadors out there to the farmers, and especially also through this call center that we have, where the farmers can ask questions and get answers as well. That's important, because we are not experts, but the agricultural experts are the experts in that domain. So it's very critical that this has already been set out and established right from the start of any project, because that will be very, very important moving forward during project implementation.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, so thank you, Ernest, for that very, very good discussion that we have had. Yeah, so we have some time before our break. So if our Tifsa or Benstone is ready to give their presentation, please let me know, because we have some time before we take a break. So any of you available and ready to give your talk now? Said the name correctly. I think I see this far here. Are you ready to give your presentation? Jaafaru was supposed to give his presentation in the morning, but he's here now. He's not here yet. He's left. So if yeah, so I've not got any response yet from the presenters. So what to do in the next couple of minutes before our break? Yes.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hi, this is Tasfai. I'm ready to present, I think, a couple of minutes.
Perfect, perfect. So yeah, I think you can now be able to share your screen and present.
Is that right now, or we have? I think we have time, right? My schedule is at 1.
Yeah, it's at 1
PM. Yeah. Okay. Is that?
Oh, okay. So then that means we'll. Yeah. Okay. So at 1. Okay. So then let's take a break. Let's take a 30 minutes break, and then we'll be back for the afternoon session. Perfect. Okay.
So we are using a different link for the afternoon session.
Yes,
Is that true?
Yes, we're going to use a different link for the afternoon session. Yes. been sent to each one of your emails. Okay, so yeah, so let's take a break now. We'll be back at 1. Okay, thanks everyone. Yeah, see you later.